Good day, coders. This is a full course on how to create a real-time polling system. So the tech stack for this video is we'll be using for our front end Angular with Tailwind CSS. For our authentication, we'll be using Firebase Authentication. And for the database, we'll be using Firestore. So this is what we're going to build. So if a user wants to create an account, they can actually click here, either log in or register using email and password, or use the sign up with Google. So should they want to log in, they can come to the screen, actually log in using their email and password, or use the sign in with Google. So I'm just going to use sign in with Google for now. So this is going to pop up the Google page, pop-up page, and then I'm actually going to click my account. So I want to use this email. So this should authenticate me and send me to the actual home page. So this is where the user will see the various polls. So for polls that I've actually haven't voted for, this is how the UI is going to look. And for the ones that I've actually voted for, or the ones that I actually created, this is what I should see. So for this instance, I've got this poll which asks me, what is your favorite color? I'm going to say, let me just choose green. The moment I actually click vote, this should pop up this toast over here saying that this is successfully submitted, and I should actually see the results for that poll. Should I then want to see all my polls that I've created, I've got this tab over here in the side navigation which says my polls. If I land on this page, I'll see right now that I don't have any polls. I've got an option over here to actually go ahead and create a poll, or if not, I can actually access this using the side navigation. So what am I gonna now choose, right? So let me see, what is your ideal front end front end language? I'll just say that for now. Right, so this is where I actually pose my question. Here I'll just say, I'll write my options, which is Angular, React, let me say Java. Okay, so these are the actual options. Should a user want to remove this, right, and not fill this, that you'll see we also have some reactive forms, right? So if I just say Angular and React, if I create the poll, this will go ahead and actually successfully create the poll and reset this form. Should I now go to my polls, I'll see that I've got this poll over here which says, what is your favorite front end language? So if a user goes to this home page, this is what I should see. But since I created the poll, I shouldn't have the option to actually vote. So should I now log out, log in with a different account? Okay, in this instance here, I see that this user has the ability to actually vote for this poll. Should I click here to say Angular and say done? Okay, this should give me like an update. Here, if I say JavaScript and then actually vote, this now says 50-50. So this is what we're going to be building in this video. So if you're new to the channel and you like this, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Now let's get to the actual code. Alright, so before we start up with anything, I want to walk you through what I've actually set up, which is actually gonna save a bit of our time, right? So I have like a couple of packages that I've actually added, which is here on the readme. So you'll just need to run these commands on your actual terminal. The first one is getting Firebase. This is for our toaster message. And then for setting up our toasters, we need to set these CSS here in our Angular JSON file. So if we go under styles here, this is where we actually place our toasters CSS. Okay, so then the next thing that we'll then install is our Angular animations and a couple of font awesome icons. So basically that's what you're gonna need. And then another thing that I've actually set up is actually Tailwind with Angular. But I'm gonna leave a link to a video that I have where I show you how to actually set up your Angular project to use Tailwind CSS. So those are the stuff that I've actually put in. Then in my tailwind.config JSON file, here this is where you'll see whereby I actually placed the fonts that we're going to use. So this is the font family and our actual custom colors that we're going to need throughout building this polling app. So yeah, this is basically what you're gonna also need. So if you want this, you can take a moment to pause the video, or you can actually check out the repo that I'm gonna leave in the description. Okay, so now let's actually go ahead and set up a couple of things. So the first thing that we would wanna first create is our actual login screen. So if we come here, we can just create some folders. So we're gonna need pages, we're gonna need a components folder, we might need like an interfaces folder. Okay, after getting the interfaces, we also gonna have like our services folder. Okay, so this is services. Okay, now that we've got our components, interfaces, and services folders. Okay, what else? I'll need our actual guards, which is gonna be for our auth guards. Okay, so now let's actually carry on and actually create our login and register page. So how we're gonna do this is we're gonna cd into our source apps folder, and then go to our pages. Here we're gonna ng generate our register page. So this is actually gonna generate that component. So we'll ng generate a component, which is our login page. So we might as well just create all the pages we'll need. So we'll need a login page. Okay, generate our home page. So we'll need a login register home page. We can run an ng generator component, which is gonna be my polls page. So these are just gonna be polls that are created by that specific user. Okay, so that's what we basically need for now. So I can just cd out, and then okay, let me see. Okay, so also another thing that we'll need is to cd into apps and then services. So here in our actual services, we'll just need to generate a service which is gonna be our auth service. Okay, so now that we've actually added that, we know that we're also going to be using like Firebase. So for actually getting like our actual Firebase configuration, so what we're going to need here is we're going to create a Firebase folder over here, and then in our Firebase folder we're going to have like a firebase.config ts file. So this is gonna be Firebase config.ts file, and then in our Firebase config.ts file we're just gonna add this. So I've added a Firebase, created an actual Firebase project. So within our Firebase project over here, I've actually added like a web. So you add an app, and then I actually added a web. So under npm, this is gonna show us how to install like Firebase and all those stuff. So the only thing that I need here is this Firebase config. So you can just go ahead and copy that in your Firebase and actually paste it. So this is gonna differ from your actual project because you'll be using your actual Firebase application that you've actually created for yourself. Okay, awesome. So that's fine. And yeah, that's basically what we need for now. So I can just cd out, then ng serve. Okay, awesome. So this is actually gonna run, and then let's actually see what's going on. So here we can see that we just have our default stuff that's set up here by Angular. So now I can just go ahead and actually delete all of this and save. Okay, awesome. So before I actually start off with actually creating my login and register page, I might want to set up like a couple of global CSS file stylings. Okay, this what I'm gonna need is a couple of Tailwind stuff. So this is Tailwind components. I'm gonna need Tailwind components at Tailwind. So this is for so that our actual application can utilize Tailwind. So this is utilities, Tailwind, and then this is gonna be our base. Okay, save. So now we're gonna have like some layer components. This allows us to actually use Tailwind CSS stylings within our SCSS. Okay, so I want to create a button. So all our buttons are going to apply the styling. So they're going to have a padding of 4, right? A width of fit width. So I want it to fit the width, and then we're gonna set up like our underline to none because we're gonna be setting it up to our button button tag, and then we wanna say border set up to none, our mini width. So our min width, we want to set it up to 100 pixels. So we can just say this is 100 pixels. So you'll see over here, that's our min width. And then we want to set up our rounded to large. So this is our border radius to be large. So if you have of them, they'll actually give you like the rams and the actual pixels. Okay, so then we'll just set up like our font to be bold. So we're gonna use a bold font, right? Then we're gonna use a background color coming from our custom box border top color. Okay, then our actual text will be white, and our cursor, let's see, cursor is gonna be set up to pointer. Okay, awesome. This is the stylings we'll need for our actual buttons. So for our input, so we'll need the styling. So we'll apply. So this is gonna be our padding. So our border is gonna be set up to custom box border. Then our border to right. So this is our actual border width. We'll set this up to full, and then our outline is going to be set up to none. So our background color is going to be white. So this is basically for our background color for our actual input boxes. So we'll also set up like our background opacity to be set up to 5. So this is 0.5. And then border radius is gonna be a large color. So you'll understand why we're actually starting off with this, because we're gonna be using like these CSS classes for our actual input boxes and our buttons. So it's better off we just create them now, right? So we're also gonna be catering for a light and dark mode. So for our dark mode, we want the text to be white. So this is how you actually set it up. So you say dark mode, and then you can set up like the text for a dark mode. So then we're gonna set up a text size to be large. So it's a font size to be large, and our placeholder. So our placeholder gray. So this is gray 6. Okay. So this is for our placeholder color, and then our text is gonna be set up to black. Okay, awesome. So this is for our actual input box. right? And then we might have, okay, so over here we'll set up like our top highlight. So we'll say top highlighted box. Okay, this is for our top highlighted box. Highlight. So it's top highlighted box. And then for this, we're gonna apply the stylings of border. So it's border custom. So border custom box border. Then our border top. So our actual poll cards are gonna have like a border top color. So top color is gonna be our custom box top, and then our border top, so meaning our border width, our border top width is gonna be set up to 4. Then okay, then we're gonna have like our border solid here, and then our dark, this is background color to our custom box color. Okay, and this is gonna be set up to 4. And then we're gonna have like our border custom box border, and our rounded, which is our border radius, is gonna be set to XL. Shadow is gonna be that. Okay, awesome. So that's gonna be for that top highlighted box. Okay. Then the next thing that we would want to do is for all our buttons, because we're going to be using like buttons, and we want to set up like a color for our actual disabled buttons. So what we're going to do is we're going to apply like a background color of a gray 400 color. So this is only if our actual button is disabled. Okay. So we also want to set up like another layer here, which is our base layer. So we'll say for all our HTML, we want to apply an actual font sans. So this is for our actual font. Okay, so basically this is what we need for our actual global styles, right? So now let's go ahead and actually create our login screen. So if we go to login page, so there's a couple of stuff that we're gonna create here in our login. Okay, so what do we need? So we need a class. So we'll just call this our login container class. And within our login container class, we'll set up width, it's going to be full. Our height is also going to be set up to full. So our items, so align items is center. Padding top is going to be 20 pixels. Okay, not 20 pixels, but just set up to 20. You'll see the value if you have on it. And then flex is going to be set up to column, right? Okay, so that's the flex direction. Okay, so now we'll need an h1 tag. So the classes for that is, we'll set its width to be full. Our text is centered. Our text size is gonna be 4XL. And then our font is gonna be set up to a bold. And then we're gonna have our actual font. Okay, awesome. So we've got a font which is bold, and then for our actual dark screen, what we're gonna have is our text. Our text here is gonna be set up to white, and we'll just have a text is log in to your account. Okay, awesome. So this is currently what we have. So now, for now, because we haven't actually set up any routes, we won't be able to see what we have in there. So let's just set up a route for the login and the register. Okay, so if I go to routes over here, okay, awesome. So I'll actually want to set up just 2 routes. So with my routes, I'll say, okay, the path for this route is gonna be login, and the component is gonna be our login. Okay, awesome. So that's what we need over there. Now I'm gonna copy and have register and have register. So this is for my register page. Okay, awesome. So now what happens if I say login? So the login page, so we've got all that jiggly jazz in there, and let's see, so there's something that we probably then want to also create is for our actual home page. Let's see. Okay, so let's set up like a route which is path, which is empty path, and then path match is full. Okay, and then for this one we just want to say redirect to home page, and then we're gonna have one for our actual home page. So we'll say home component. Okay, awesome. So now let's see what happens, right? So what's going on here? Let's see. So I do have some stuff there, but I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so let's see in my settings. So appearance, let's see in my actual appearance, this is set up to dark mode. Okay, awesome. Okay, this is awesome. There is like some stuff that I just basically need to create. Okay, this is actually routing to something, but I didn't set up my app HTML over here. Okay, so how is this actually then gonna work out? Wanna see something? Okay, so this is gonna route out, but this is routing out to an actual what? Okay, let's see, background. So this is background black. Let's do this for now. Okay, awesome. Now I can actually see something. I'll get to it. I know what the issue is currently, but let's actually build. Okay, awesome. So we're building in the login page. So within my actual login page, there's a couple of other stuff that I need, right? So now I see that this text is showing. So the next thing is I'll add a span here. So the class is margin top, margin bottom is set up to 8. Our dark is gonna be text white. Okay, and then this is gonna say or, then we're gonna have another span here, class. So this is gonna be our text. It's gonna use a custom margin top, and then underline. Okay, so this is gonna be or create a free account. Okay, awesome. So let's see what happens. Okay, so this is gonna be or create a free account. Okay, this guy over here needs to come in here. Okay, awesome. Nice. So this is gonna be saying log into your account or create an account, right? Yeah, so basically that's what we need. And yeah, we're then gonna create like a div here, which is gonna be for poll card. Okay, so this is gonna be for actual poll card. So what are we gonna create in there, right? So there's a couple of stylings that we wanna add for our poll card. So the width is gonna be set up to 2. That the 2/3. Okay, the padding is set to 10. Flex, and then flex direction is set up to column. The gap, so this is gonna be our row gap, is gonna be set up to 6, and then we're gonna use this, right? So know that we created an actual global styles over here, which is called this top highlighted box. So this is what we're gonna use there, and if we actually save, we'll see that we've got this box, right? So this box is already created with this nice top border top here with a nice purplish color. So okay, now if I go back to the actual code over here, is then we can create a div. So another div here, which is gonna be for input section. So this is for our actual input section. We'll say use flex direction, and then flex direction is gonna be set up to column, right? So our actual display is flex, and our flex direction is column. Then we're gonna have like a gap, so which is gonna be 2, set up to 2, right? So now we've got a label. Okay, so let's set up like a couple of classes for that. So this is gonna be for actual dark. For actual dark mode, we'll set the color to be white, font is medium, and then text is large, is a large text. Then here we'll just say email, then we'll have like an input. So this input should be of type email, right? And then there's other stuff that I'll need to add, right? So here I'll say class input. So if I use this class input, you'll see that it's nicely set up here. But because we've actually started off with actually creating these styles here, which we actually applying on this actual page. Okay, so my actual placeholder is going to be set up to email. So that's going to be email. Now we can just go ahead and actually copy paste, and this is going to be for type password. This is an input, and then here I'll just need to have a password. Okay, let's see what we have. So we've got email and password. Okay, awesome. So now that we've got both of those like inputs, we can go ahead and actually create, I think still in here we're gonna have our footer section. So this is our footer section of our actual login form. So this is gonna use the width, which is set up to full. So it's flex direction is set up to column. Okay, so now we're gonna set up a row gap of 4. So this is Y for a row gap. Okay, awesome. So we're gonna have like a couple a couple of stuff. So the first thing that we're going to create is our actual button, right? But we know that if we say width to full width, and then we say log in, so you'll see something. So we've got a button, right? We've set it up to log in, but there's no stylings applied to it. So the reason being is because we'll need to add this styles that we've added on our actual global CSS, and that should apply that stylings for you. So now you see our button is a bit nice. So what next do we want to then add? Okay, so we can then go ahead and actually create a full width, and then this is for saying or, right? So this is gonna say login or user Google login. So this is for or here. Okay, so and then underneath here we can have another button, right? And for this button we'll use these classes. So we say class, this is btn, so we'll set up like a width of that. So our actual color will be set up to black, so that's actually our default color for that. And then for dark mode, what we're gonna do is gonna use a text of white, so that's when it's dark mode, and then a background which is gonna be transparent background. Okay, so when I have like a border width of 2 border, so this is gonna be our border type or style, which is gonna be set up to solid, and our border custom, so this is for our actual color, right? So it's our border custom progress border, and this is gonna say sign in with Google. So this is for sign in with Google. Okay, so now you see that this is looking all nice. So there's something that we also want to add in, right? So this would be us going ahead here and using Font Awesome's brand SVG, right? SVG icon. So for this, we want to use like a Google icon. So this is going to be Google icon. Okay, so this is that. Alright, so for actually adding our Google icon, we'll need to, there's some issue that we would have here, right? So just need to ensure that you're using like this version of free brands SVG icon. So it's 5.15.4. So you can use that there and there, and I think you should be good to go. Otherwise, if you've got like a version that's not actually compatible to this, what you'll end up having is the moment you try to use, so it's FA, say we say FA icons, the moment you try to use the icon which is FA Google icon over here, so let's just fix this. So instead of calling it that, just call it Google icon that's coming from free brands, right? So this is gonna allow us to use that. So here you go. So if you go in this application, you'll see this is your Google icon, but we'll just try to increase it a bit. So we'll use a size which is large, which is that large icon, and basically that's what we need. Okay, awesome. So that's fine, and maybe we want to set up like a gap which is just a column gap of like 2. Okay, let's see, flex. Is this gonna be good enough? So flex, so let's say justify the content to center, and that should be fine. Okay, awesome. So this will give it like a bit of a nice gap for us. Yeah, so I'm happy with this. So this is setting it up to that. And yeah, let's now go ahead and do some other stuff. So now we've set up like the actual email password section, and then yeah, that's basically what we need for this. Okay, so let's create also like our register screen before we actually tie the functionality in this, right? Okay, awesome. So what are we gonna need for the register page? Okay, so if I come here, just clear this, just copy, wanna paste. So this is gonna be register container. So our register container is gonna have all of that. And then for register, we'll just say create a free account. So create a free account. Okay, awesome. So we're creating a free account. That's fine. Then underneath that, we'll just say log in to your account. So this is just gonna be for logging into your account, right? Okay, awesome. And then here we'll need like a couple of things, right? So this is gonna be for our name. So we're gonna have a name. This is just gonna be text. Then in here, I'll just specify that we need the name for that. So this is gonna be for our actual full name. We're then gonna have like an email. So this is fine. This is email. Okay. So email, we're gonna have a password and a confirm password. So we're gonna have a password and a confirm password. So it's confirm password. So that's of type password. So now that we have that, so we've got an issue here because we need to add something. Okay, so here we'll just need to say import. So we'll just need to import from, okay, so this from font awesome. Okay, this is import from font awesome, and then this is free branded icons. Okay, so this is FA Google. Okay, so this is just gonna, so we're just gonna have that variable that we're gonna use. Okay, awesome. So for this to work, we just need to say font awesome module. Okay, so once we've added that font awesome module, then we should see that. So the moment if I come here to register, let's see what we have. So we've got the name, email, password, confirm password. Then we just need to change something. So that's gonna be sign up instead of log in. You can just say it's register, it's fine. So register is fine. Okay, so this is gonna say register or continue with Google. Okay, awesome. But there's something that I've actually left out in my actual log in and register page, right? So which is this section down over here, right, which says or log in with Google or continue logging in with Google. Okay, so we've got a div for that, right? So for this div over here, so we'll set up a flex and justify content is set up to center, align items is centered. We'll have like a before, flex is going to be set up to 1, like our before height, we'll just give it like a 2 pixels height. So this is 2 pixels. Okay, that's gonna be for 2 pixels height. Another before is gonna have like a background custom box border color, and then like after, which is, so the first one is the line before the or, right, and then the second one is just gonna be the line after it, right? So we'll just say for after, we'll just say flex 1. So we'll have like an after h, which is 2 pixels, right, and an after of background custom, so it's custom box border color. Okay, let's see what happens, right? So we've got that, right? Okay, so now we can just fill in some text. So here we're gonna have a span which says all continue with. So let's see what we have. So this is saying all continue with. Okay, sure, awesome, that's fine. So now over here we'll just need some couple of stuff, right? So the padding, so horizontal padding, we'll set this up to 3, and then our dark text is going to be white, so for our dark mode. Okay, awesome, so this is all good. So it's going to be saying or continue with. Okay, awesome. Let's then copy this, come here, paste it in here, and then in the login, what we're gonna have here is say or. We're just gonna have or. Okay, so this is sign in with Google or so this is sign in with Google, and then for our actual register it's sign up with Google. Okay, I think this is all good. Let's see. So for my actual login page here, I'm gonna say for this create an account. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna say go to login, no, go to register. So this is just gonna go to the register page. Okay, constructor, this is going to be a private router. Okay, so this is going to say router dot navigate by URL, and this is going to go to my register page. Okay, so awesome. So the moment I click on that, that should send me to my register page, and then in here this is gonna be go to login, and this should route me to my login, and I can just have it like that. So copy this, make sure I import, and then in here, so this sends me to the login. So and then in here I'll just say, let's see, so So here we'll just say go to login, and then we just make sure that we've got a cursor pointer, and in here we'll also have like a cursor pointer, so cursor pointer. Okay, awesome. So what happens? So if I click on this will send me to the login. If I click on that sends me to this register page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and actually add some bit of functionality. So what are we gonna need, right? So the first thing that we might need is coming in here, which is the login. Okay, let's see. So we'll go to our actual login. Okay, so we want to create like a form, right? So our login form, this is gonna use like our form group. So this is gonna use a form group, and then this is then gonna use like a form builder. So we'll just say create a form, which is a form builder. Okay, awesome. So this dot using the form builder, right? Then we just want to create a form group. Okay, awesome. So in here we're gonna utilize like an email. So then we still use this form builder, right? And then the form builder creates like a control, a form control. So it's gonna start off, it's gonna initialize it with like an empty string, and then I just need to also add in some validators. I want to say that this should be required, and another validator is this dot. This is an email input. Okay, so then we've got like a password. So with the password, so I just say comma, and then I just want to ensure that this password is actually required. Yeah, so that's basically what we need. And yeah, we can then go ahead and wrap this div here with our form group, and then just call it use the login form. So this is gonna give us an error, and this is because we haven't added in like our reactive forms. So the moment we have reactive forms, this should solve the issue. So now we can then go ahead and use our actual form controls. So form control name, this is the email, and then our form control name here is gonna be password. Okay, awesome. So we've got the form control name, which is email and password, and yeah, that's what we need. Okay, so if I want is I can just say disable. So I can just it's disable if the form dot is invalid. Okay, so now if I go to the login page, okay, no, this is not this one that I'm disabling. So the one that I want to disable is this login button, right? So if the form is invalid, then I want to disable it. So you'll see I've added a password and that, but because the email is not a valid email, the moment I add a valid email, you'll see that this will actually allow this button to actually work, right? The reason why you're getting this grayed out is because here in our global CSS, when we started off, you'll see that we've actually set out this disabled styles. Okay, awesome. So what else do we want to do, right? So we want to have like a couple of functions. So when a user clicks on this button, so on click of this button, we want to have a sign in, so it's sign in with email password. Okay, we want to sign in with the email and password, so we'll just have that function. Okay, so Then another one over here is, so we'll just say handle login with Google. Okay, so we want to have like a handle login with Google, so we can just say handle sign in. Okay, let's just call this sign in as well. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, those are the two methods that we're gonna need, right? So we might need to also utilize this. So there's two ways of actually like importing it or injecting something, right? So another way of actually injecting is we can have like an auth service and just say this auth service is injecting our auth service. Okay, so just need to make sure we import this from Angular core, and we just basically don't need this, right? Okay, but we know that before we actually even start off by that, we'll just need to go out to our auth service and actually create this whole stuff. Okay, but let's go here. So we've got our actual auth service over here. So if we go to our actual auth service, we'll need to actually create or set up our Firebase authentication before we can actually create like a sign in with Google or sign in with email and password. So how do we then set up like our actual Firebase authentication, right? Or our Firebase in our app. So we need to go to our apps config. So in our actual apps config, and then we just need to actually add some couple of providers, right? So the first one would be provide Firebase. So it's provide our Firebase app. Okay. So this is gonna be, we wanna provide our Firebase app. So this is gonna then use an arrow function, and then we wanna initialize. So we wanna initialize app, and then we'll add in like our Firebase config. Okay, so how do we get like our actual provide Firebase, right? So how we do that is we need to import in here, and this import is coming from actual Angular. It's Angular /fire/app. Okay, so in here we've got like a provide Firebase app. Then we also have like an initialize app. So then we'll just then also need to pass in this Firebase config. So this Firebase config comes from the file we've actually set up. Okay, so yeah, we can go back again to this guy over here. So we've actually provided our Firebase app, initialized our app, passed in our Firebase config. We also need to provide our authentication. So for Firebase authentication, so it's provide. So it's provide auth. So for providing auth, we also need to import. So this is gonna be import. Okay, this from. Okay, for our get authentication, what we'll need is a Angular. So we wanna say Angular. Okay, and then we say fire. Then this comes from auth, and we wanna have like our get authentication. Okay, This is get auth. Awesome. Okay, then that means we can also provide that. We also want to provide like our Firestore, so provide Firestore. So for providing Firestore, we just need to also get Firestore. So the question is, how do we get Firestore? This is coming from /Firestore. I'm gonna provide our actual Firestore and get Firestore. So this is how we actually add in Firestore. Okay, awesome. This is all good. Now we can just go ahead to our actual auth service. Okay, so if we go to our actual auth service, we can use like a couple of things, right? So we can have like our actual auth. We can use like our get auth. So this is coming from our actual Firebase auth. We're gonna create like constant variables over here. So this is for our actual collection. So this is for our user collection. So this is the current user. So this is what we're gonna use to actually have the current user in our local storage. So this is current user. It's the one that's going to our actual local storage. Okay, so now we'll also need to inject like a couple of stuff, right? So for first one would be Firestore. So for Firestore, we'll need to inject. So we can just inject Firestore. Okay, even for our actual routers, we can just inject. Or if you like, you can just add it in your actual constructor. So if we're doing it this way, then we just don't need that constructor. Okay, so what do we then do? So the first one we're gonna create over here is sign in. So this is sign in with Google. Okay, so we'll need a constant provider, and this is coming from a new Google Auth provider. Okay, awesome. Then what we're gonna do is return our sign in with pop-up right? And then this, we're gonna pass it in the auth because it needs the auth and the actual provider. So this is the auth and the actual provider. Okay, so that's that. And you just need to ensure that you set up like a couple of things in here. So if I were to come to authentication, you need to make sure that in sign-in methods, you have like the password and the Google enabled. So you just need to add those providers for it to work out. And yeah, basically that's what you need. Okay, so I can go ahead and actually delete these accounts. Delete this one. Delete. Delete. Awesome. So yeah, that's what I need. So I actually created like the sign in with Google. The next one would be async email password register. So this will just need the email, which is the string, and the password, which is also a string. So this will return this .auth. Okay, this is not actually returning, so let's see what I'll actually need this here, right? So I can await. Do I actually need this? Let me think properly, right? So what I'll actually need here is to create, right? So return create user with email and password. So I then need to pass in the auth, and then the email and the password. So that's what I need for this one. Okay, so then the other one, so this is for sign in with Google, sign with email and password. So that's fine. What else do I need? So I've got the pop-up sign in with email and password. And okay, awesome. So I'll also need to add a user. So this is adding user data, right? So after users actually signed in, there's a couple of data that I just need to save, right? So this is gonna come from a user from the Firebase Auth, then user data. So for the user data, I'll just need just some stuff. So for now, I'll just need the username, or it can be null. Okay, awesome. So what do I need, right? So this is for actually adding a user. So I'll just create like a collection. So for this collection, I'll try getting this collection. So this is the collection ref. This is coming in from this collection, which is an inbuilt function. So this is gonna be from Firestore, and then this dot user. So this is the user collection that I'm actually referring to. So then I'll just have like a query. So so this is gonna be our query ref. Okay, I'll just call that query ref. So this is gonna be our actual query, which is our Firestore query, and then this is gonna have like our collection, and we're gonna have like a where clause. So this is gonna be where our actual user ID is equal to user dot UID, right? Okay, just need to make sure that this is a string. Okay, so this is the query we're gonna need, right? So we're gonna say for all docs, we'll just get our docs. Okay, so this is gonna pass in a query reference. Then we're gonna have like a then. Need to make sure that this is async result, and this is an arrow function. Okay, so we want to have like a couple of checks, right? So say that this user, right, that we're checking against, right, is of that user ID. What do we want to check, right? We want to check if the result size equals to 0, then we should like do something. So this means that if this user does not exist, we want to create that user collection, right? So we'll just say have dist, so it's the document reference, then we're gonna just have a document. So this is equal to doc. Okay, inside this doc we need to pass in like Firestore, and then the actual collection name, which is the user, and then we want to use the document ID. So the document that we're going to create over there, we'll just use the GUID. Okay, so now if the user data is not null, right? So meaning now we'll just say, okay, now await set doc, right? So what this set doc will do is if the document doesn't exist, it will actually create it. But with set doc, you can actually, if the document exists, you can just append stuff or change only the things that you need. So we'll say set doc, pass it the document reference, and then say for full name. So this is gonna be if user data is not equal to null. So our user data name, else we'll just pass it an empty string. Okay, awesome. So our user ID is then gonna be equal to our actual user dot, like our actual code. Okay, so then we can pass in another parameter which is merge. It's set up to true. This is actually to merge the data. Awesome. Now we'll just copy this guy over here. Okay, so this is else if. So else. Okay, I want to see something, right? So if okay, I see. So if this is not null, then I'm passing in this. This is coming from the normal registration. But if it's null, then instead of me passing in this user, this is just gonna use the display name. Okay, yeah, true. This is just gonna use the display name because then Google, if I use the Google sign in, then Google should give me like my actual Google display name. Alright, so that's basically what I need for that function, and I should be done. Okay, awesome. So now we can just go ahead and set up some other stuff, right? So we can just get current user. For getting my actual current user, I can use this JSON.parse, then local storage.get item, and then this .current user. That's what I'm gonna use. And there, and then, or this is just gonna be an empty. Nope, made a mistake. It should be there, and then as user. Awesome. So then we can just set. So set then our current user. This is of that current user. Okay, so this is setting up like our actual current user. So for this, we just need to set user like that. Then just pass in this current user. But this is JSON.stringify this current user. Awesome, that's what we need for setting our current user. Then we can go ahead and actually set like a log out. So for logging out a user, we can just say log out user. Okay, this is gonna be await sign out. Start auth. You can just say local storage clear, our actual local storage, and then we can say route to our login page. This is basically if you actually log out a user. Okay, awesome. So now that we've got all the stuff we need, we've got all the stuff we need, so we can just go ahead and actually try adding this. Okay, Awesome. So here we have a login with Google, right? So this .auth service sign in with Google. We need a then, so we've got a result, and okay, awesome. So if we catch the error, there's a couple of stuff there, so this would be error. Okay, awesome. So this would be error like that. Okay, now we can have like setting, so const credential. So this is credentials. So we'll use a Google Auth provider that will get our credentials from our actual results, right? So this is getting our actual credentials. So can go ahead, and we're not gonna use like the token, so we can just get the user. For the user, we'll just say results.user. Okay, then we'll just say this dot add, so auth dot add. Okay, so what happens here, right? So the moment we get like our actual user, which is unsuccessful login, what we need to do is then pass in this user object, right? And then now, because this is for Firebase login with Google, right? So we want to then use the actual display name that we get from our actual Google account. Okay, so then the next thing is we'll just then say set current user, which is also going to be set up to user, and then this dot our router, we're just going to navigate by URL to our home page and actually save it out. Okay, so this is what that part is going to do. Okay, and then, okay, nope, just wanna do this. So for handle login with email and password, so for there is gonna say email, so this is for email and password. So then I know that I need to pass in the email and password. So how do I get that? So I get that from the form dot value dot email, right? Login form dot value dot password. Yeah, so I get it from there, and then the rest should still be the same, right? So the moment I actually log in with email and password, it should actually be doing the same thing. Okay, awesome. So now let's go ahead and actually test this out. So here I'll pass in the error first before I continue. Then I'll just pass in the error. Okay, awesome. So now if I go ahead here, go to my login screen. Is it login? Let's see, does this work? I want to see something. Are we getting like an issue? So what is the issue over here? So we've got Firebase module has not been provided within this app. Okay. Alright, so there was like a weird issue we were kind of facing, right? So what happened is, I think the way we actually injected our stuff, so I can inject this routes using this, but somewhere somehow is The moment I try to inject my actual app service, right here, it complains about this Firestore, me not providing like um, Firebase Angular module, right? So you'll just need to add it into this constructor. Okay, so now I can just go ahead to my login screen. Now if I just click here, sign in with Google, so this should pop this up for me. And then if I click on there, that should then redirect me to my home page. If I then go to my actual Firebase in here, I should have like a collection, which is user collection. So let's see. So I've got a user collection with my actual user that I've actually created over here, right? You'll see I didn't pass in like the username and password, but this took my actual full name, right, from Google. So that's fine, and let's go ahead and actually try to link in the register, right? Because we'll need to do the register with email and password for us to sign in using the email and password. So currently, even though we've got the functionality for this guy, so if we go, even if we have the functionality for this too, we won't be able to use it because we don't have a user that's tied to that. Okay, awesome. So how do we do this? So we'll go to our actual register and actually create our actual form group. So in here we'll just have a register form. So we've got a register form and we're just gonna add this. So this is gonna be register form. Okay, so we're adding a register form, and here we can just provide, which is our form builder. Okay, so this is for the name, password, email, confirm, email, right? Okay, and then let's go ahead and actually do this. So if we go to our actual register, we'll just tie in all these stuff we need. So we'll need, so the first thing over here, we'll need a form group. So this is our register. This is for register form. Okay, so in here we just need to make sure that we've got our reactive form, and then we've got our form control name, which is, we're gonna have the name. So our form control name over here, which is gonna be email, set up to email. Our form control name here is then gonna be password. Another one here is form control name is gonna be set up to confirm password. Okay, so for register, we can have it set up to disabled if our register form is invalid. Okay, then we can have like a click, and here we'll just say handle register. So this is gonna be our register handler, and in here we'll just have a click, which is just gonna sign us in. So how do we do that? So we'll just come in here. So the first one would be the handle sign in. So we can just copy this method over here. Then we can do this. Probably just need a constructor. It's private auth service. Okay, so we import this Google Auth provider, and this should have the same functionality. Let's see. Okay, and then if we want to register a user using email and password, so let's see. So I want to see. So this is, okay, wait, I made a mistake. So this is create user. So this is register using email and password. Okay, I made a mistake, right? So this is sign in email password. Okay. Return, then it's sign in. So it's sign in with email and password. So this is what I needed, right? Okay, awesome. So I actually made a mistake here. So this is using the sign in with email and password. That's sign in with email and password. And then over here, we can just go ahead and just, okay, no, we don't copy straight up. Let me see something, right? So let's come here and say this dot, okay, yeah, we can. So actually, let's do something like this, right? So we'll copy this. Copying and pasting is not right, but this is actually, I like it to actually speed up the process. So instead of sign in, so this is gonna be register with email and password. This is gonna be register form. Okay, yeah, so this will just register the user, do all those nice stuff, and then go ahead and do the saving and all those stuff. And then there's one thing that I also would like to add. So this would be a toaster, which is coming from, so we want to inject our toaster service. So toaster service, so this is what we want to inject in here. So then we can say use this toaster service dot success message. So this is, it will say successfully registered an account. So you've actually successfully registered an account. And then should you get an error, so there are like some specific error codes you want to check out, right? So we want to see if the error code equals to this. So we've got like a couple of error codes that we check out. So this is auth and says that if email already exists, else if, right, you've got a code, an error code, which is then equal to this. So these are actually Firebase's like error codes. So this will just say over here, this dot toaster dot error. So in this toaster error, what we're gonna say is that this email is already in use. Okay, so another one over here would be this dot toaster dot error. This is just an invalid email. So this is for an invalid email. Okay. Maybe toaster, then error. Okay, encountered an error while trying to register an account. Okay, so these are the specific errors then that you should get. And yeah, I think that's what we need. So if I go here, okay, so this would complain. Okay, this is complaining. Okay, I know why. So it's actually complaining because we haven't actually provided like our actual toaster. So we'll need to go to our actual app config here, and then we need to provide. So provide toasts, and we also need to provide animation. So we also need to provide animations. So this is coming from at Angular animations, and then we just need to provide, I think it's provide animations. Provide animations. Okay, so this is Angular browser. Okay, yeah, so that's what we need. And then if we do come to this create, say now we say John Doe. So I'll just use this plus doe@gmail.com, password 1, password, okay, password 1. So what will happen, right? So if I create this will actually log me in, and if I come here to my users, I should see John Doe. Okay, so what happened, right? So I need to see what the issue was. So I got a null, and I know why, right? It's because of that copy and paste. That's why it's not good. Okay, so how do we then handle such, right? So we know that we're gonna get a user, and then from our actual data we need to pass in the name here, which is then gonna come from register form.value.name. Okay, awesome. Right, so we wanna check we wanna disable this register button if the form is invalid, or register.value.confirm, right? So confirm, but it is not, so the confirm password is not equal to the password. Okay, awesome. So now let's go back here and actually try testing it out. So if we go to login, right, and if we try to go to create an account and say John Doe. Then if we just say that I use this email plus Doe, so password 1. You see now I'll need to make sure that the passwords are equal. So if I do this, this says this email already exists. So if I say John Doe 2 and actually try to create this guy, this will create my actual email. Then this user that I've created, then you'll see that this user has the full name. Okay, awesome. That's fine. If I now go to my actual login and say this dot doe at gmail.com, so this will allow me to actually log in, right? So but then we might have like an issue here. Say now I try to use this guy .s gmail.com. Okay, so this is invalid credentials, right? But we're not actually showing this here to the user. So what we will need to do is, if we actually encounter an issue here, we might just then need to say toaster, right? And then just inject this toaster service. And let's go ahead and actually try it out. So this error invalid credentials. Okay, awesome. So this should be fine. So if I try this guy over here, so this is gonna give me like an invalid credentials. But if I say John Doe, so if I say that, then I give it password 1, this should be able to actually log me in. So now that we've actually covered the register and the login. Alright, now that we've done the login and register page, let's go ahead and create like a component for the site navigation. Okay, so this site navigation will be using something called content projection. So I'll just show you now what happens. So over here we'll just generate a component which is site nav. Okay, so we'll call this a site nav bar. Okay, so this is site nav bar, and then we can just go ahead and create that component. Okay, awesome. So we can create a component for the site nav bar, can generate another component which is just gonna be for our poll card, and we'll have another component which is for an empty card. Okay, awesome. So I'm just gonna create just those components. So now I can just cd out. Okay, awesome. Now I can just serve this application. So okay, let's go ahead and start off by creating like our navigation. So what are we gonna need in our navigation? So we'll need our nav items. So for this, we know that in the site navigation we're gonna have a couple of things, right? So we're gonna have the home page, the my polls, and create polls, right? Okay, How do we do that? So first and foremost, I would want to say nav items equals to an array of any, and then in here we'll have something like this. So we'll have a name. So the first name here will be home, right? We'll have the routes, which is then gonna be routing to this path, right? So this is gonna be the home. Then we'll have like an icon. So here in my icon, I'll just wanna use something like, okay, this is from at font awesome, let's see, solid, and then FA home. So FA home. So this is what I'm gonna need for my icon, and then I'm just gonna have an active set to false. Okay, so these are the actual stuff that I'm gonna have in here, right? But we know that I don't like using type any, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead, come here, have like a UI config. So we'll have like UI config and models. So UI config and models. Okay, so in the UI config here, I'll just create a nav config. So this is config.ts. Actually, I can just say -config ts. Okay, so in here I can just say export interface. So this interface I'm actually exporting is nav item. So it's nav item config. Okay, so in here I'm just gonna say nav item config, and then here I'm gonna need the name, which is of type string, the route, which is of type string as well. Icon, I'll set it to any. So the icon, I'll just set this to an any, and then active is gonna be set to boolean. Okay, awesome. So this is what I'm gonna need. So if I come here and then I can save that. So now I can head back to my actual side navigation. So now I'm just gonna paste this, paste. Okay, so what's the next route that I'm gonna create? So this is gonna be for my polls. So this is gonna be my polls. Then we're gonna have a create poll. So this is gonna be called create poll. Okay, awesome. So let's go ahead and actually see. So in here we've got my polls. Okay, I think there's one page that we didn't create, so we'll just cd into src apps pages, and then ng generate the component, which is just create poll. Okay, awesome. So now I can just go ahead here. So I know I've got the home page, this. Okay, just need some routes. So this is for my polls. And then, so this is my polls. And then this is going to be for create a poll. Okay, so this component it's going to use is create the poll component and then my poll component. Okay, so now I've created the routes for that. I can cd out and then go ahead and ng serve. So this should be fine. Okay, now let's go ahead to our actual side navigation again. So let's see what are we gonna do. Okay, so in my actual side navigation, I'll just say this is side nav container, which is that class. Then I want to set up some So flex, and then the height, I want to set it up to take up the available screens height. And then I want to say for dark mode, I want to make the background to custom black color. Okay, so now that we have that over there, there's something else that I wanna show. Okay, so we know that for a nav bar, side nav bar, I'm gonna have the side nav on the left hand side and the routing on the right hand side, right? So there's gonna be a container for the route and the side navigation. So how am I gonna do that is I'm gonna create two divs. So the first one will be navigation container, right? So this is where all the navs are gonna go, and then the other one over here is gonna be my router section. So with my actual router section, what's then gonna happen is I'm gonna use this content projection, right? So this is gonna then use my ng content, right? Because this is content projection. And what's this gonna do is I'm actually then gonna pass in the child here, which is then gonna be like my route, but you'll see how that works. So I'm gonna set this to flex 1, right? And then my overview y should be set to scroll. So overflow y should be set to a horizontal scroll. Okay, that should be fine. And then in here, I need to say this is flex, and then this is gonna take up W80, which is the width. Padding vertical will be set up to 6. Padding horizontal will be set up to 4. And then the gap, row gap is set up to that 16 pixels. Then we've got like a flex column and a border radius of 2. Nope, it's not border radius, so it's the border right. Okay, awesome. So that's fine for now. Okay, so what are we gonna need in here, right? So we're gonna have like a logo section, even though I'm not gonna use like the logo. So I'm just gonna have like a logo section, just give it a height of 8. Okay, and then this is gonna be my items container. So for my items container, I'm just gonna give it a flex 1. Okay, awesome. So this is just gonna take up all the available space, right? For the flex direction of column. Okay, so what do we then do, right? So let's see what happens, right? So where's my actual application? So I just basically need to do that. Okay, that's fine. It should come here. Then, okay, you should see I've got this home page, right? But there's something that I actually want to change up is if I were to go to my actual apps component, so now I can wrap all of this to app. Okay, so I can use an app side navigation bar. So within my app side navigation bar, I can just wrap it with that. So now I can save this and you should see something. So now that you see the home page is wrapped into this, right? And the background color should be that black color that we set up, right? So now if I were to go to the login page, you should see that we have like a bit of like an issue. Okay, so how do we fix it? And the issue that we are facing with that black background, because we had temporarily set up the background color for our login and register. So I just want to remove this. So I want to remove this color here. And in the register as well, I want to remove this background black color. So now you should be seeing this. Okay, so awesome. So what do we then do? Okay, we'll go to my actual site navigation. So in this site navigation, I just want to do a couple of things, right? So here I'm going to have a for loop, right, which iterates all these items, the navigation items. And then, okay, in here, I'm just going to have the specific items that I want. Okay, awesome. So this is going to be a div. So this div is going to be single nav. Okay, so I'm going to say our cursor is set up to pointer. So the dark text is text of to the white color. So it's text custom and then text white. And then that's that. So we're gonna have a text of large, which is the font size. So then we want to have like a rounded large, which is the border radius. So we want to have a bold font width and this custom color that I'm setting over here, which is this gray color. Okay, awesome. Then in there, inside, I'll need to have like an item.name. So it's item.name. Then I have to have a FA icon. So I also need to import my font awesome module. Okay. Then the icon over here is gonna be okay nav. So it's item.icon. Okay. Awesome. So this is fine. But let's see. Okay, need to fix some stuff. So let's see here. We can have like an FA plus. So then we can have an FA bar. Okay. So this is gonna be free. Okay, let's see over there. What is it that I actually also need? So might also need the regular. So if I just do this clear npmi, nope. So free regular, and then this is just then gonna use FA house. Okay, nope. So it's bar chart. Okay, awesome. So that should be fine. Serve. Okay, let's go back here to my actual packages because I'm getting like an issue now and it could be the same issue that I got. Okay, yeah, it's because I think it's bumping up. Okay, this. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. What happens if I do this? Is it still gonna bump up those versions? Let's see if I run an ng serve. Okay. Okay, let's see. So this is FA bar chart. Okay, awesome. So let's see what the problem could be, and this could lead out to the versions that are not aligning. So if I go to side nav, right? So if I go to side navigation, so I've got that icon there, and here. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, I've got it even here. Okay, yeah, awesome. So instead of that, then I can just use this, and that should work. Okay, awesome. So now that we see that we've got all of those, now I just need to also make sure that I have some styling set up. Okay, interesting. What is it that I need? So over here, I just need to make sure that this section only shows if, right, our auth service. Okay, but I'll need to do a couple of things here. So I'll need a constructor, right, and then my auth service is auth service, but I need to make sure that this is public. Okay, so this the get, so that, then this section over here will come in here. Okay, so yeah, that's the first that we should do. Okay, now what else are we looking into? So we want to finish off the actual stylings here, and then the one we need is ng class, but ng class will actually complain for now because we need to have a common module. Okay, so now we can use like ng class. So what are we gonna do, right? So we're gonna have a background gray, so background custom gray, and that's from item.active. Alright, so text white, this is only if the item, right? So this is only if item is active. Okay, so that should be fine, and then we're gonna have like a select tab here. So we're gonna have like a select tab. So on click of this should call this function, which is selecting a tab. Okay, awesome. So now let's see what happens. So with the select tab, we'll pass it an item which is of type nav item config. Okay, so we're gonna try to get like the index. So this dot nav items dot find. Wanna find like the index of a tab. So where the tab dot name is equal to the item dot name. Okay, so that should be able to get us the index of that. So nav items, then we're gonna map just to ensure that we set everything to false. So tab dot active. So the active one equal to false. Okay, but we can do something, right? So we can do this, right? So if the tab dot name, right, is equal to, so tabs icons, so this is the nav items dot this index dot name. Okay, so this will be able to set that up to true or false. And then what we need to do is we want to route. So we can use a private router, which is going to use this router. Okay, so the moment that one is set up to active, so then we will want to use the router.navigate by URL, and this is going to navigate us to nav items. Okay, so it's nav items index.route. Okay, and that should be it, right? So now let's go ahead and actually check this out. So what happens? So if I click this, so this goes to the various pages that I want. So you'll see this is home, my polls, that and that. Okay, so this is awesome. This is what we needed. So now let's actually set up something. So because now the issue is, I think the issue is, let's see what happens if I'm here but then I reload. Okay, I think this is fine. Oh, okay, so this is what happens if I reload this. I lose the state of which page I'm actually at. So how do I then fix that? So if I go back to this code, I can create or implement an on init, right? And then underneath here, ng on init. So we use the router events. When I subscribe to my events, root, I'm just gonna use this root event. Then I wanna check if this event is an instance of navigation end. Okay, so this .nav items, then we want to map through all these nav items. Okay, so then what are we doing? If the item, because this is gonna then set up to this item, if the item dot route, right, so this is if we have like a route. So when I say item dot active, only if this route event.url.includes item.route. So what this will do is all the routes we're going to. So if I were to just come here and actually, so if I were to come here and actually show you this. Okay, let's see. So I'll show you something, right? So every time I change like a route like that, that should basically have that. So what we're basically then doing is from these navigation items, I'm just trying to check if this route contains that route in these navigation items. So now even if I reload the page, you'll see that the active state is still set up to this. Okay, so what else do we need? Okay, so now let's go back to this guy over here. And okay, so this should be set up to flex, and then gap x is set to 2. Okay, awesome. So I think this is kind of proper. So this is set up to 1, then we'll create like a button. So with this button over here, we'll have like a class of type btn. The width of this button is set to a full width. So my cursor is pointer. So flex gap. Nope. So this is a display flex, and then the gap, horizontal gap, is set up to be 2. Justify content is centered. So this is centered horizontally. So now I can just have like a log out. And actually that's okay. Awesome. So let's see. So in my solid icons, I need to add sky. Okay, so now that I've got like that button over there, so now I can see that I've got all my navigation items, right, which is from home, that, and my actual logout. So now what do we do? Okay, let's go back to this code. So in here, if I happen to click, I'll just say this dot auth service dot logout. So this would actually like log a user out. So it's fine. Okay, now that I can now navigate to the pages, if I were to click here, this will send me to the actual home page, right? But I've got like an issue. I can still then navigate to these pages, and I want it to be a case that if I happen to actually log a user out, I want the user not having the ability to go to these specific routes. So how do I actually do that? For that, I'll just need to add in like a auth guard, right? Okay, so in here you can just cd source app guard ng generator guard, which is our auth guard. Okay, so now let's see. So this is gonna be a can activate. So nope. So awesome. Okay, so now I can just cd out. Okay, so I can come in here. So I can just say inject. I'm injecting my auth service, const router, and then so this is of type router, and I'm just gonna inject my router. Okay, now I wanna check something. So I wanna check the object keys of my auth service get current user. So I want to get these object keys. So if the length of it is greater than 0, then return true. Else then this should return that. So false, then I just want to say so this is navigate by okay, now that we've actually added like my auth guard, you'll see something, right? So it should still do the same thing, right? So it's this I've signed out, but I can still go to these pages, right? And that's because in my actual routes I need to protect those specific routes. So the first one over here is can activate and then auth. So add like an auth guard. So that's for the home page, my polls, and for create polls component. So let's see now what happens. So if I go to this page, if I log out, if I try coming here, you'll see that it's actually gonna route me out. Okay, so there might be something I'm actually getting wrong. So what is it? So in the side navigation, I wanna see as to why. Because if we don't have like a current user, let's see if I have like a get current user. Okay, awesome. Let me see something. Okay, so I'm trying to check if I've got like a current user. So what I can do over here, even for the side, right, I can just say dot keys. So this is going to be an object dot keys. Okay, is side nav. So this is to check if the side navigation is actually visible or not. So I'll just use these keys and then auth service dot get current dot name is So only show this if that's true, right? Okay, awesome. So, okay, as you can see now, what happens is you'll need to first log in, right, for you to see the site navigation and actually access all the stuff you need. So if I now sign in, you'll see I see the site navigation and I can actually now go ahead and test out these various pages, which is pretty cool. Okay, let me see. So now that I've actually like created that, let's go to okay, now we're moving forth to the create poll page. So this is the page that's going to be responsible for actually creating our polls. So if I come here under create poll, this is the page that we actually going to be creating now. So where's this? Okay, awesome. So this is create poll. So there it is. Okay. So here I'll just start off by creating a div, which is create poll container. Okay, create poll container. So the width is going to be set up to full. The height is also set up to full. Item center, Pete 20, flex, call. Okay, awesome. Now we've got like an h1 tag, got class. So the width is set up to full. Our text is centered. Got we're gonna also set up like a font size of text 4XL. Our font is set up to bold. That's the font weight. And then for our dark screen, so our dark mode, we're gonna set the text to be white. So awesome. So here we'll write create a poll. So this is the heading we're actually setting up. So if you see, we've got this nice create a poll. Okay, underneath that we'll have like a span. So we'll have like a margin top set to 4, margin bottom 8. So our dark mode, so this text is gonna be set to white. And okay, complete the form to create a poll. So that's the text underneath it. So now you can see that it's looking all good. So now let's go ahead and actually have the poll card. Poll card. So that's this div. And here, so what do we need? So we'll set up a width that's going to be of 3 to 4. Then the padding for this is going to be set up to 10. We'll have flex. Flex direction is set up to column. So the gap, the row gap, which is row Y. So gap Y. And then we're going to use this top highlighted. So this class that we set up in the beginning. So this is top highlighted box. I think that's how I set it up. Okay, yeah. So you'll see that I've got this over here for now. And then we'll have like our input section. So with our input section, we'll just have a label and a text. So we can go to the I think register. Can come here, just copy this guy here and just paste it here. Okay, maybe we might want to change a couple of things. So this is set up to medium. I think this is fine, but here we might change some stuff. Okay, so we'll remove this control name. So the type is going to be set up to be a text. The input, that's of type input. And then here we'll have type your question here. Okay, this is awesome. So now we're going to have this text. And then the label here, we'll just set this up to be title. Okay. Alright, so now underneath this we'll have another input section. We'll have flex. Okay, so it's input section flex. Flex is set up to a column, that's the flex direction. Then we're gonna have a gap, a row gap of 2. Okay, awesome. So now what will we need? So we'll need a label. So for this label, we'll just say this is answer. So it's answer options. So these are the answer options, right? So this is what, so you'll set up like a question, right, for your actual poll, and then the answer options that the user should choose from. Okay, for this, I'll have like an ng container in here. And then, okay, so maybe before I actually even carry on, let me see, what's the best option? Okay, so let me just do this. Alright, so this should be like a for. This should be a for loop. So it's for, and then, okay, in here I'll just have like a common module and reactive forms. Reactive form modules. Okay, so this is gonna be an array in here. So so within the array, I'm gonna be looping through a couple of stuff. So I feel like it's proper if I just start off by creating the forms and stuff. Okay, so how do we do that? Okay, so now what I'll need is, first and foremost, I will need to create my poll form, right? So then I'll also need to have like a constructor. Okay, no, let me do this. Constructor. So this is private form builder. This is a form builder. Okay, awesome. So now I can have like a poll form, okay, which is from a form group, which is form group. Okay, right. So this dot form builder dot group. Okay, close it in here. Then in here I'll have my actual controllers. So for the title, okay, this is gonna be validator required, right? So this is saying I require like these titles, and then in here I'll also have a form builder and then array, because these are the array of so this is going to be storing like the array of options that I can have, so a user can add multiple options. But okay, you'll see. So in here I'll have, so it's an array of form group, any okay, awesome. So this is fine. and then this is going to be as form group. Okay, awesome. So it's going to start off as an empty. Then we also might need like a couple of things, right? So I'm gonna say implements. So this method implements, or this class implements on init. So I then need an ng on init in here, where I'm gonna add two options. But first and foremost, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like a get options. So what this will return for me is this dot form dot controls. So this is gonna return my options controls, okay, as form array, because this is gonna come in as a form array. So awesome. What else will I need? Okay, I'll also need like a get group. So this is gonna get a group by an index. So this is gonna return a form group. Okay, so this is gonna then return this dot poll form dot controls. So which is options. So this is options dot controls. So index as form group of any. Okay, interesting. So what's happening here? So this is of this form groups. That's controls dot controls. Okay. Awesome. Because I'm wondering as to why. Okay, awesome. So I'll have like an add option, because I might not even need this method. Okay, I'll see what happens. Okay, so I'll have like an add options. So this is for adding like an option. So how do I actually then add like an option? So I'll just use this dot options dot, I wanna push, because I'm then gonna use this get options. I wanna push to these options, and what is it that I'm pushing? So this dot form builder dot, I'm gonna be pushing in like a group, a form group. So this is of type option, right? So empty, and then the validators is the field in there should be then required. So now in here, when I actually initialize, I want to add two options. Okay. So this is fine. So let me see something. So this is a form groups of type any, goes to that forms group. Okay. Awesome. So this is coming from options over here. Because this is a form controls, and then I'm trying to get the options, and then I'm saying inside those options I'm gonna have Okay, this is fine. I'm just wondering as to why that's complaining. Okay. Okay, so this is of type form group options. Okay, awesome. I'll just use that for now. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so for now I'll just use this. Okay, so I also need to have like a remove options. Okay, for a remove option is I'll remove an option using the index. So how do I do this? Then this comes from this options dot controls of those options, and then I want to splice. So I want to splice an index and just delete one. So then that should then go about doing the trick. So I want to see something. What happens if I actually copy all of this, say return this guy, but instead of this I say this dot options. So this dot options, and then this returns this controls. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let me just return this as is and we'll see where the issue is as we go by. Okay, so that's fine. And then I basically might need just that for now. Okay, awesome. So now let's go ahead and actually finish off creating this. So in this div over here, so I'd want to create a form group. So I'll say this is of type form group, and then this is going to be poll form. Okay. Right. So in this ng form, I'll be passing in a form array name. So the array name that I'm passing is options. Okay. So in here, the form control name is going to be the title that we created in the form control. And yeah, right. So now what happens is here I'm going to have like an item. So this is option form. Okay. So where is this coming from? So this is coming from options dot controls. Okay. Yes. So now in here I will then have like an ng container. So it's ng. So ng container. Okay, so here I need to have like a form group. So this is gonna be get group, and then we'll just pass it this index. Okay. Now we're gonna create like an icon input. So these are gonna be actually our actual inputs for our options. So in here, I'll then, okay, I can just go ahead and just copy this guy over here. So copying this guy, and then this is gonna be called option, and then the placeholder is gonna be our option, and then I just need the count. So in here it's gonna be index +1. So this will just say for every new line that I add, it's gonna say option 1, option 2, and so forth, so forth. All right. Okay, so what do I then do? So I'll also have like an if statement over here, but I'll tell you what goes into this if statement. Okay, so the first thing I'd want is an font icon. Okay, so what I'll need to then do is also use font awesome module. So then in here I'll also have like an import. This is from font awesome. I think this is regular F8 times circle. Okay, so this is going to be equal to that. So now then the actual name for this is going to be this guy. Okay, nope, I don't think this is, I think this is solid. So this is index equal to 0 just for now, so that I actually solve this. Okay, this is coming from icon. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so we're gonna have like this icon over here, and we're gonna set up like a couple of things. So we wanna have like a class for the stylings of this icon. So this is gonna be set up to absolute. The height is gonna be full height. So if it's dark mode, so the text color is gonna be white. So this is just the color of the icon, and then the top is set up to 0. Right is gonna be set up to, what is the appropriate one? So the right is set up to 4 for flex, and then I'm just gonna have item centered. So this is justify, no, this is align items, which is gonna be set up to centered. Okay, so in here I'll just need to make sure that this is relative. So this icon should set up to relative. And yeah, this is basically it. Okay, so in here, what I'll need to do is from options dot controls dot length, I want to ensure that this only shows if we have more than 2 options. So the reason why we're doing this is on initiating the screen, we're going to have 2 options set up by default, right? So when you want to have a poll, you want the user to set up from 2 options upwards so that they can have something to select from. So the moment they actually remove and are left with 2 options, then we then don't want the user to have the ability to remove those, right? So hence you can see right now. So what's happening here is you're going to enter the title here, option 1, option 2, and then okay, say now on initial load I just added 3 options, you'll see something. So the moment I add 3 options, you'll see that I'll have these remove buttons, so which is pretty cool. Right, so as I start the poll, I'll just start off with 2 options. Okay, so we also want to set up like the cursor to be pointer, and then we're also going to have like an on click. So we're going to have a click event in here. So this is going to call the remove option and just pass in the index. Okay, so that's just it for our options section. So now underneath that, we'll just need to add something. Okay, wait up. So underneath our options, we want to add like a button. So this is going to be a button. So the class for this button is btn we want the background to take the custom box border. Okay, and then we want to have like an FA plus. So in here we'll just have FA plus goes to FA plus. So we're gonna have like an icon. So it's gonna be FA icon. So then the icon over here is gonna be FA plus. And then the text is gonna be add option. Okay. So this is gonna be flex gap x is equal to, just say it's 2. Let's see what happens, right? So over here we've got this add button, so which is cool. Now if we go ahead and add like a click event, so we'll have like a click here and then call an add option. So this is what's gonna happen. So the moment we add, we should have the ability to do that. Then I can remove my options. Okay, so now we know that we can just add this. What is your favorite icon? Right? So we can say bootstrap or something in here. Okay, and then add more stuff if we do want to add. Okay, so this is fine, right? Let's move on to the next thing. So what is next that we want to also create? So we would also want to have like a footer section. So we'll just call this footer. Section. Okay, so the width is going to set up to full. Okay, so we're going to have a button in here, and then the class. So the class for this is btn. So this is set up to full, and then create poll. So that's what we're going to have in here, right? So this is going to be for actually creating our poll. And then we're gonna have like a disabled if poll form dot is invalid. Okay, so when we start off, this should then be invalid, right? So what is your favorite pet? So okay, have that cat, and then if I say dog, that's only if then this is gonna be enabled. But if I add one, right, because this is not filled, then it should be then disabled, right? So I won't have the ability to add, but the moment I do that, I should have the ability to add. Okay, now that is all awesome, now I will need to actually go ahead and create my actual poll. Okay, so how do I then do that? So for creating a poll, I'll need to come here and say handle create poll, which is then going to be a function. So this is going to be a function, and then in here I'm just going to have like a const poll, right? So this is going to say this dot I want to see something, right? So because I know, right, that I've got this form dot value dot options, right? So in my form I've got options, right? So I want to create my actual poll, but I want to ensure that I can capture the title and the actual so I want to have the title and the actual options in that poll. Okay, so what would I do, right? So the first thing is I'll then try to map. So in my polls, I'll try to map through all my polls. So this set up to item. This is an arrow function. And then I'll just say this is options, right? And within my options, I need to create a polls option, right? So what's going to happen here is I'm going to have like the name. So this is going to come from the item.options, and then the count is going to be set up to 0. Okay, so this is fine, right? So what's happening is for each of these options, right, I want to set up like a count. So this is the actual vote count that the users would have actually created. So upon them voting on a specific option, so the count should then be incremented, right? So now just return options. So nope, this is return options, but because I don't want to do anything of type any, I'll just go ahead and actually create my interfaces. So in here, this goes to the UI, and then I'll create a poll card config.interface.ts. Okay, so in here I'll just say export poll card config. Okay, I need the ID over here, which should be of type string. I need the quiz, which be of type string. So this is the type string. So instead of me saying quiz, I can just give it title, right? So I'll have options. So this is gonna come from poll card option, okay, which is gonna be an array. So I haven't created that interface, right? So I want to know if this guy is an owner. So this owner should then be set up to Boolean. So this is owner set to true if you are the person who actually is creating this poll, right? So I also want to know if this user has voted. So if you've actually voted on the specific poll, that should be set up to true. So the date created. So date created, this is when you actually created this poll, and the total votes. Okay, so the total vote should be set up to a number. Okay, so now just export interface of option. So this is poll card option. So here I'll pass in two stuff, which is the first one is the name, and the second one would be set up to be the count. So the count is of type number. Alrighty, so that's what we need. So now we can just go ahead and say, because this is the options that I was setting up. So now I can say as card option. Okay. And then this is as card. So as card option. So as poll card option, which is then an array. Okay. Okay. I just want to see something, right? So in here, in my actual poll, I'll just, okay, can set this up to type any, because it wants to have a type. Okay, awesome. So what I'm trying to create is this array of poll options, right? So this is poll options. Okay, so now I want to also create a poll card. So with my poll card, this is going to be of type create poll. Okay, so I also need an interface for that. So this interface goes to my actual models. So this is the model of how it should look like in my actual Cosmos, right? Oh, not Cosmos, sorry. This is actually Firebase. So I'm gonna have like a create poll over here. So in here, I'll just have an interface. So this is interface, and this is gonna be called create poll. So I'll have a poll ID. Okay, so I'll have like a poll ID, which is set up to be a string. The title. Okay, so let's see what happens. So I'll have a poll, which is set up, poll ID set up to a string, the title, right? Options, which is gonna be create. So this is create poll options, which is an array, and then is active. So this is to see if the actual poll that I created is still active. If I delete it, then it should not. It should be, the is active should be set up to false. So this is a boolean over here. Okay, owner ID. So this is the user ID of the person who actually created it. So this is gonna be voters. So this is gonna call create poll voters. Okay, and then created date. Okay, awesome. So now we'll need these. So this is gonna be export interface. Okay, and then we're gonna have like an export interface for this. Okay, for my actual create poll options, I'm gonna have the name, which is a type string, and the count, which is a number. Okay, so then in here I'm gonna have the name, which is of type string, the option ID, which is gonna be the number, because this is gonna use the index of that option. So if it's option 1, it's 0, option 2 is 1, and so forth, so forth. And then we're gonna have the user ID. So this is the user ID of the person who's actually voting. So this should be fine. Yeah, I think this should be fine. I don't know, maybe I might also want to just username. So the person who actually voted, I'm just gonna store their actual name. I think that should also not be a problem. Okay, so for now this is all good. Okay, now let's go ahead back in here. So if I go to the create poll, because I want to create the actual poll, so I'll say this is title, which is gonna come from, this is the form, it's poll form dot value dot title else. So if it's null, then for my options I'm gonna pass in this poll. So this is poll options that I created. So for the owner ID, I'm gonna use this dot auth service. So how do I do that? So in here I can use this private auth service. Okay, so say auth service dot get user. Let me see. So here I'll be getting this user. Okay, so if I go here and then I'll just pass in this good, which should be fine, then else if that's null. Okay, so for my voters, because when I create a poll, I won't have any voters, right? So then the created date, so this should set up to a new date, which is the actual current date. Okay, that's fine. So, okay, this is of type date. Okay, and then is active should be true when I create, and that's fine. Okay, that's all I need. And then there's also something that I wanna then go ahead and add. So this would be my add poll service. So I'll need poll services for this. So let me see. Let's go to my actual services. So in here I'll just say cd to apps services and then ng generate a service which is poll. So this is for my poll services. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. So now I can just go ahead and create some couple of stuff in here. Okay, so I'll first start by creating the name. So for my polls, I want to create the name of my actual collection. So this is polls collection. So I'll just call this polls. And yeah, so can also just then do this. Create a public polls. So this is of subject. Right, it's because I want to use some observables. Okay, create poll, which should be an array. So this is for my actual polls observables because I know Firebase it has some sort of like real time. It's a real time. Firestore is a real time database. So I can like actually subscribe, or once I actually change something to my actual observable, then I should then be able to listen to that behavior and actually, change some couple of stuff. But you'll see that like in the home page. So in here, I'm just gonna have options. So it's create polls. So this is fine. So what does this say? So, okay. So this is supposed to be that. And then I'll have like current polls. So this is of all poll. And then this is set up to an empty array. Okay. So in here, I just need to ensure that I'm using Firestore. It's coming from Firestore. Okay. And then I'll also have like a private auth service. Okay, that's good. So now let's go ahead and create the add poll service. So this is an async poll. So this is async add a poll. Okay, so what's happening in here, right? So I'll just have okay, so I'll just have poll, right? So in my actual poll, I wanna pass in like a voter. So this is create poll voter. Poll. So this is create poll voters and poll ID. Nope. What am I doing? because this is should be for voting. I'm actually trying to add like a poll. Sorry, my bad. So this is card poll. So I'll just call this create poll. Okay. Yes. So what I should then do is over here, I'll first create like a collection reference. So for my collection reference, what I'm going to be using is this collection, which is this dot polls. So this is coming from my actual DB collection. I can call this DB poll. Can call this DB polls because so that it makes sense. So this is for the name of my actual collection, but I first need to pass in this dot Firestore because this is coming from Firestore and then the path is this. Okay, awesome. So then once I have that, I should be able to say return await add a document. Okay, so now I can just say collection ref, and then I can then pass in the poll card, the card poll. So okay, this is actually my data. So this is the data. So that actually makes sense. So this is the data that I'm going to be passing in into this document that I'm creating. Okay, awesome. Let's see. Now that I can actually add like a poll, let's go ahead and just use that for now. Just create, because we're on the create poll section. So the only thing that we're probably just doing now is actually adding a poll. Okay, so from at the create poll currently, I want to add like a poll. So this dot poll service, okay, sorry, my bad. So in here, I just need to make sure that I have a private poll service, okay. Okay, this dot poll service dot add poll, right? So this is poll card. Then I can have like this, then because it's a promise. Okay, so I would want to use like a toaster, right? So I can just go ahead and say toaster. So I can just say toaster, which is then equal to, I want to inject this toaster service, okay? So I want to inject this guy. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do this. This dot toaster dot okay, success. So this is success, and then we just say successfully created a new poll. Okay, if we catch like an error, okay, so we can just say toaster, and then we can say error, and then just say failed to create a poll. Okay, maybe we can just say JSON.stringify this error. Now this is not the perfect way, but this probably might, but we don't want a user to know as to why what's the error. Yeah, so just say failed to create a poll. So here we can have like a console error and just pass in this error. That's fine like that. I think I'm happy with that. And yeah, basically this is what we need. So let's go ahead and actually see if this works. Okay, so this is loading. So it says cannot find error. So okay, what's the issue there? Okay, maybe I need to just reload. Okay, awesome. Let's see. What is your favorite pet? So this is a question. Okay, this is a question. Cat and dog. Okay, so what happens if I actually create? There's something happening on create. I don't think so. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense as to why. Interesting. Okay, this makes sense as to why, and this is because in here I didn't have this handle create poll. Okay, now this is fine. So now I can ask, what is your favorite? Okay, no. What animal would you like as a pet? Okay, so I can say cat, dog, snake. Okay, so now this says it failed to actually create. Okay, interesting. Yes, it actually failed to create. So what's happening? In here, I need to pass it this, right? So in there, I need to pass it that, add a document. Oh boy, set doc. Let's see. So in set document, I need to have that collection. Okay, let's go to poll hub. I think I see as to why. So this is gonna be passing in this reference. So this is the document reference. So this is create. So this should pass in the document reference. Okay, add document. So it's that and that. Okay, it's complaining because probably we don't have polls. Let's just do this. Add is active, which is a boolean, and set this up to false. Remove this and see. Okay, let me see what happens now, right? Because what animal do you like? So we'll have cat, dog. I just want to see something, okay? Okay, let's see. In here, if I just go ahead and have console.log. Okay, so it's console.log and then poll card. Yes. So it says it's got invalid data. Oh, so this says options is undefined. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I see. This is options. Okay, so now let's go ahead. What animal would you like as a pet? Right, dog, cat, and then snake. Let's see if this works. Okay, so this created this successfully, and yeah, so I like this. Okay, so if I now go ahead and come here, you should see that I've created this. So this is looking all good. Voters is set to an empty array, so now I can just go ahead and just delete this one. Okay, so I've created like a poll, but there's something that I would probably then want to do. Okay, then it's reset form. So for resetting my form, what would I want to do, right? So I want to ensure that I just say this dot form dot reset. So let's see what happens, right, if I do that. So once that's set up to successful, and then this dot reset form, I want to see what this, okay, let me just call this on init. I want to see what happens. Okay, let's see. On initialization, so that would reset our form. So if we add this guy, okay, for a reset, I can say, let me do this, right? So let me just say this guy, because I just want to reset it. So this dot form dot array. So when I reset it, I want to set it up to this again. Let's see. So this dot options. Okay. So this is form. This dot controls. So if I set value of this, set con. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's something I actually want to do, right? And I'm actually doing something weird. Okay, I can do this. Okay, this is gonna say options dot map. No, controls dot map dot map, right? Okay, I can actually do something like this because what I'm trying to do is, so I can say item then index. Okay, so what I'm trying to do over here is make sure that after creating like a poll, I want to reset the form and just leave two options again. So how I can then do this is remove option, then index, right? Only if this index is greater than 1. Yes, if this index is greater than 1, then I just want to remove that. But if not, then that should be fine. And then on this should call that reset. Okay, so now what you should see is if I create this option and then just say this dot reset form, I should still have 2 options. Okay, yeah, because if I remove this guy, I should then initialize the 3 options. Okay, awesome. So I'll remove this option over here so that on initial load, I just have 2 options set up. Okay, awesome. So now I can ask another question. What is your favorite color? So this is favorite color, and then this is blue, green, then it's orange. So the moment I create, if this is successful, I should then reset this form and remove the third one, right? So let's see. So that's created, right? And yeah, this is what is your favorite car? So what is your favorite car? BMW, Mercedes, Toyota, and then what else? What else? Nissan, right? So even if I create this should remove these 2 and just leave 2 options. Okay, so that reset. So it should leave remove. Yeah, it should actually leave 2 options. So, okay, let's try it out like this. So if I add, just want to make sure that this function is fine. So if I add this guy and I want to add like maybe 6 or so, right? And then call this dot reset form. Let's see what happens, right? So this is mapping through all the options that we have. Okay, let's see these options, right? So this dot oh, okay. No. I think I'm making a mistake, right? So what I need to do is I need to say options, so the length, right? I need to say the length, option length, right? So the options length is coming from options, the length of those options, right? And then I need to have like a for loop, right? Which is gonna loop from that to options. So this is gonna loop from that to options, then I can then use this method, right? Because then here I'm actually trying to map through them, but at the same time what I'm actually doing is I'm mapping through them, but I'm then deleting as I'm mapping. So this is then gonna then disturb this map. Yeah, that should be the right. Okay, that should be it. So in here, what I'm then trying to say is loop through this from 0 to length, this guy, and then only if index is greater than 1. So 0 shouldn't. Okay, let's just say console.log index. Okay, yeah, so in here I should call the reset. One, two, three. Okay, so after this I'll just say set timeout of, let's just say 2 seconds. I just want to see something. If one, so if so what's happening, right? So I'm just saying these options that splice. Interesting. So this is only removing, is it even removing something? Okay, let's see. So this is just, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is removing 1, 2, 3, 4. This is really interesting. Okay, let me see what happens if I say in the reset, because this was supposed to remove these options. But anyways, let me see another way, right? So this dot form dot options. So from these controls, which is options dot set value. So when I set this, the value of this guy, let's see what happens if I do this. Let's see what happens if I yeah. This is very interesting as to why it's not even removing those options. Okay, you know what I can do? I'll just do this. I think this is the easiest way to reset this form, right? So I'll just do this, and this dot form equals to that. So I think this is the easiest way. Add option, because doing all those fancy stuff is just not working out. So when I remove, right, I should then go ahead and initialize that form instead of us doing all those funny things up there. So that's fine. So should I create a new form and reset the form? So this dot option. So this is add option. Yeah. So this is fine. Okay. Awesome. I think, yeah, because I spent a lot of time trying to actually go ahead and reset like this form. Okay, so now that we can create our actual form, so if we come here to our polls, we've got like a couple of stuff there in the poll, right? Okay, so now we'll move on to actually creating screens on, so the home page. So I want to have like the actual cards that are actually gonna have the actual quiz and the options that the user can actually click to actually vote for a specific poll. Okay, so how do I then go about doing that? So the first thing that I would want to do is create a poll card, but I've actually created a component for that already. So in here, this component, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the home page first. So I'm going to go to the home page, and in the home page, I'll just have a home container, right? And then I'm just going to say this is a full width, set this flex direction is set to column, so the gap Y will be set to 4. Okay, then the padding 8, and then this is dark, and then the background is set to custom black. So min is gonna be a screen, min width is gonna also use screen. Okay, awesome. So that's fine. Then here I'm just gonna have a view polls. The width is set up to full. And then this is a display flex. And then items will be set up to start. Then the flex wrap, and then the gap, so which is gonna be the row and column gap, is set up to 4. Okay, awesome. So this is fine. And then in here I'm just gonna have like my actual for loop. Okay, for loop. Okay, so this is gonna have like items, then cards, which is then gonna track, and then index. So it's checked by that index. So this is off these, right? So yeah, that's what I'm gonna need. Then in here I'm just gonna have like a div, which is my card section, right? And then this is gonna say align self is gonna be set up to stretch. Align self is set up to stretch. Okay, so the align self is so that each item in the row, if we have like one card that has like 3 options and another one which has 2 options, we want just all the cards to have the same height in the same row. Okay, so this is gonna say poll card in here. So this is gonna then use this component for the poll card, right? Oh boy, so I've been writing this in the wrong place. So this code is supposed to actually go to the home page. Oh boy. So this is that, and then this comes here to the home page. Okay, awesome. So what else do I then need to do? So I just need to ensure that in the home TS file I have cards, which is of type poll card config, which is an array of those. Okay, interesting. Then now I can also have like a toast, which is the toaster service, which is gonna inject this toaster service. So this is gonna inject this toaster service. I'm gonna have like a constructor. So within my constructor, I'm just gonna then set up my poll service. This is the poll service, right, and private auth service. Okay. Alright, so then I'm also gonna have like a poll subscription. So I'm also gonna have this poll subscription. Okay, this is gonna implement on init, and then I'm gonna have ng on init. Okay, what is it that I'm gonna need, right? So now that I've actually got the home page, right? So the home page is gonna display all the polls that the active polls, right? So what I'm actually then gonna need is actually to get all polls from my Firestore database. So how do I do that? So the first thing that I then want to do is I want to create a this dot poll service, right? So I'm going to try to get the polls from that poll service and try to subscribe, right? So this is going to be from the actual subject, right, that I'm actually trying to subscribe to. So if there's any polls that I get from the database, I'm just gonna add it or change that subject, and then my observer that I'm actually, so this is like sort of like an observable. So the moment any change happen to this subject, I'm then gonna subscribe to it, right, and run this function in here. So what's gonna then happen is this is gonna call an if statement, because here I'm just gonna have a result, right? And in my result, I'm just gonna have a create poll array. So this is create polls array. So I'm just gonna check if result exists and result is not equal to undefined, right? Okay, so now I'm gonna have this dot cards. So now this is gonna say results is as a create poll array. Then I'm just gonna try to map through them. Right, so this is item of a create poll. This is gonna give me an arrow function, and then in here I'm gonna say, so check if this guy is an owner. So how do I see if this guy is an owner? So if the owner ID is equal to the current user ID, so this tells me that I also need to get the current user ID. So how do I retrieve this? This is auth service.get user current user.uid, else just give it an empty. So here I'll just use this current UUID is equal to item dot is. So this should come from the out item dot owner ID. Okay, right. So this is coming from the owner ID. Okay, and then has voted. How do I determine if someone has voted? So has voted. How I determine if someone has voted is, so if this guy is an owner, then I'll just say the has voted is false, right? Because they even won't have the ability to vote, right? Okay, because in this, I know like in some polls, like as someone who created the poll, you can like select a vote, but in this instance I just don't want to. Okay, so what else do I then do, right? So in here I would then want to say const voter index, right? So in item.voters, I want to find my index. So I want to find index of this voter, which is create poll voter. Nope. So this is gonna be coming from polls voter, create poll voters. And then what I want to see is if the voter.user ID is equal to my current user voter. So yeah, so this is basically what I'm saying, is that if inside my voters this user ID actually exists, my current user ID exists, that means I've actually voted, right? So what I'm going to then do is, if this voter ID is greater or equal to 0, right? So then that means I can find a user that actually voted. So that should then give me truthy. Okay, awesome. So now, carrying on, now what do I then do, right? So I just say return an object, so created, so I'll then use, so how do I determine when this was created? I think it's item.createdDate. Okay, ID for this is going to be item.pollID, right? And then the title is going to come from item.title. So options is coming from item.options. Options is owner is coming from is owner. And then has voted is coming from that has voted. What else? Total votes. This is then gonna come from item.voters.length. Yes. So this is gonna come from items voter length, right? And that's just basically it. So as poll card config. Yes, so that's what we then gonna return over there. And then now if I go ahead and actually just console.log these cards, if I go here, what actually happens? So if I go to the home page, you'll see that I won't get anything, right? So the reason being is because there's nothing we've actually passed into the subscription for it to listen to any change that's happening. So how do we go about doing that? Is for setting up this poll subscription, I'll need to have like a get polls in the polls service. So for getting all the polls in that polls service, I'll need to add like a function, right? So this is gonna be an async function which is gonna get polls, and then here I'm just gonna set up is active. Let me see. Okay, I think the only thing that I'll need is admin, and I'll explain as to why. I wanna see something. Oh yeah, I wanna just, okay, I'll see. Okay, I have like an is admin because I want to use the same function for get all my polls and just get regular polls. So if the user's admin, I just only want to get the polls that the user had created, and if not, then I just want to get all the polls that are created in the system. Okay, awesome. So how do I do that? Then I just need to say create a constant, which is collection reference, right? So here I'm just gonna use this collections. So this is just an inbuilt Firestore function. Then I'm just gonna pass in Firestore and then this .db. So it's db collections. Okay, so I'm just gonna let query just say this is query string. It's actually my query, but I've got a reserved word for query. That's why I just don't want to use query. So that's why I'm saying query string. I know query string could mean something else, but anyways, here I can then say if this is not an admin user. So this is the query that I'm gonna create. Okay, so this is gonna say this is the query. Okay, if I then add this query, what I want to say is collection, pass in the collection reference, and then have a where clause. So where clause is going to say just get everywhere where the is active is set up to true. Is active is equal to true. Okay. So this is collection reference. So where did I actually go wrong? I want to see where I actually went wrong. So I want to just get to where is active is set up to true. Okay. I think I passed in the wrong query. So this query was supposed to come from here. Okay, so else not, then we should have like a different query string, right? So else if that's not true, what I then want to do is I want to just set up all, right? All polls. I want to get all polls where is active is set up to true, but the first one that I'm actually gonna check is owner ID, right? So where the owner ID is then equal to my current user ID. Okay, so how do I get that? So current user ID, so ID is equal to this auth service get uid, and that's how I'm just gonna then get that. Alright, so this is all good. So those are the two queries that I'm gonna have, and then I just wanna say this current polls. So this is the array that I'm just gonna be using over here, and there's a couple of stuff that I want to do, right? So now I'll just return an on snapshot. So on snapshot, I'm gonna pass in the query string, right, and the actual snapshot. Okay, so now what's happening in here, right? So this is gonna be my data. So what I'm gonna use is snapshot. So it's snapshot document changes. So if there's any changes to the actual documents, so if I add a poll, remove a poll, or update a poll, I want this actually subscription to actually run. So on changes, I want to map through all those changes that are happening, right? So here I've got a change as well. So what's gonna happen here? I'm gonna have like a bunch of if statements. So here I'm gonna say if the change type is then equal to added, so that's one of the type I'm gonna monitor. Else if the change the type, okay, sorry, so change the type, no, what's happening? So it's else if change the type is okay, else if the change the type is equal to modified. So we've got a modified else if, so it's change dot type is equal to removed. Okay, removed, and then just in case, then I just want to return just an empty array. Okay, awesome. So what do I then want to do? There's something that I want to do, right? So should they be a change, right? So should there be a change, what I'm then gonna do is, if I'm adding, right, that means this will run through all of the polls that I added, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say current polls dot push, right, all the stuff that I added. So I'm just gonna say, just use that changes dot document dot data. So that's the data inside that document. I also want to pass in the poll ID, which is going to be set up to be change.document.id. Right, so this is going to run as created poll. Okay, nope. What I'm passing in here is as created poll. Okay, yeah, that's how I remove that issue. Then now what I'm gonna do is the same thing, right? So here I'm just gonna pass in this guy like that. I think that's what I'm gonna pass in, and then this is gonna be as created poll. Okay, awesome. So what's the next thing that I add, right? So if there is like a modification done, right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try to find the index of the poll that's actually modified, right? So I'm just gonna say find index from these polls. So how do I do that? Is from, because then I need to use item. So if item dot poll ID is equal to the change.document.id, so that's how I'm going to target this. So then I say const update data equals to change.doc.data. So if okay, so what's gonna happen, right? Because I'm gonna use the modified. I'm gonna use modified for actually removing. I want to use modified for actually removing like a poll, right? Because there might be users that actually voted on that poll and stuff. So I'm just gonna set is active to false as opposed to removing that actual poll. Okay, so how that's gonna work is if the updated data dot is active, so this is gonna be as created poll. So if the is active is set up to false, then I say this dot current. Then if the is active is so if I modify if active to false, then what I'll do is this dot splice, right, and then 1. Okay, then else, and then that means that I want to actually modify. So on that index, the only thing that I'd want to do is pass this. Right? And then just return that. So even here, I just want to return. Okay. So for a removed one, I want to actually do the same logic here, right? So if I want to actually remove, right, so this is what I'll do. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so basically this is what I would have been doing. And so what is it? So then underneath here, I'll just say this dot current polls equals to this dot current polls dot filter. Just this as an extra check, but I don't basically need this, right? So I only want to get items.isActive set up to true. Right, so now I can just say polls.next. So this would be me actually changing something to the observables, right? So I'll just pass it current polls. So the moment I pass it current polls, this will change that current polls, and then on my subscription in my home page, I should then call that subscription function, right? So for now, this is fine. So if I go to so what's happening? So home page. So here I need to pass in a poll card component for this to work. But now let's see. Nothing is still happening, right? But if now I go to this home page, right, and then underneath here, right, because I need to know of the subscription before I actually call this get. So this get polls, and then this is admin set up to false, right? So now you'll see that I've got like 3 polls that are actually showing in here, right? But should I have did this up here, then I wouldn't have. Okay, well, it does get it, which is kind of interesting, but I think the safest way is this. Okay. Okay, then that's fine. So now I need to go ahead and actually set a couple of things in my home page, right? So in my home page, I want to set this SCSS, right? So I'll just say this is section, right? And then I'm just going to set up a width so that I can show. So I want to say the width is 50% minus 16 pixels, right? So that in a row I can actually show 2 cards. Okay. Yeah, so I couldn't do this calculation using Tailwind. I don't know. You guys can advise me in the comments how I actually run like the calculate function using Tailwind CSS. Okay. So what else do I then want to do, right? So now I've got all of these, but currently in my poll card component, I don't have stuff that's gonna show. So if I go to my actual poll cards component, I need to set up like a couple of stuff. Okay, so what is it that I want to do, right? So before anything, I just want to set this input, which is coming from Angular core, and then this is going to be my config. This is poll card config. Okay, is admin. So this boolean, which is going to equal to false, output, this is going to be for my actual vote. So this is a function that I'm going to call for when I actually do my vote. So event emitter, so the new event emitter. So in here, what I'm going to pass is a voter. So this is going to be voter. Actually, no. This is coming in here, right? So this is voter. Alright, this is coming from create poll voter, and then the poll ID that I'm going to be passing in. So this is going to come in as a string, and yeah, that's it. Okay, then I also need a output for my delete. So for actually deleting, I can just copy this, right? But for delete, I can just say this is any. Okay, we're gonna say selected index. So this is gonna be for someone who's actually selecting like an option. So this will have like a different view for actually showing polls with the voted count and the poll with the option. So if it's a poll that I'm required to vote or choose like an option from, then I'll have like a different view to the one that I actually own or the one that I've actually voted from. But you'll see what I mean. So in here I've got this number, right, which is then gonna come from index. So this is k minus 1. So there in my option, this is gonna be create poll. So create poll voters, and then here I'm just gonna have also a constructor, and I'm just gonna need my actual auth service. And you'll basically see what I actually mean. Okay, so now for now let's just say that's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and create the UI for now, right? So in here I want to see something. So in my home page, so I've got all of these. So what I'll need to pass in is this config, and that's coming in as that item. Okay, interesting. So now if I go to my actual poll card, I can go ahead and create the stylings for that. So poll card container. So I've got a poll card container in there. Then this is P6, the top highlighted box. So if I save that, let's see what happens. So I've got 3 polls showing there, which is all good, I guess. So if I just do this, let's see what should happen is let me see, this is poll section, right? So the display here is set up to flex. Okay, but the width, there should be something wrong with that width, right? Because the display here is set up to flex. So the gap is also set up, but okay, let me see something, right? Is this still running? So let me see something here. If I were to highlight on this, yeah, there's actually like an issue. Yeah, okay, it's poll sec, because I should be seeing 2 cards. Yes, 2 cards per row. Okay, awesome. So now let me just go ahead and carry on with this. Okay, so now that I can see that, I can just say overflow hidden, right? Flex, and then self stretch, and then flex column H is full, and the width is set up to also full, right? And then we also have like a gap Y of 4, so that should be fine. Okay, so what is it that we're gonna have in here? So we're gonna have like a span. We're creating a span tag. So the text should be set up to black. So this text is set up to black, but the dark text should be text white. Okay, that's fine. Font is bold, and then text is 2XL. Okay, so in here I'm gonna pass in like the config dot title. So title, right? So now if I come in here, you should see like the title, which is the actual questions, right? For actual polls. Okay, so now I'm also then gonna have like an if here, which just say if this guy has voted or config dot, so config dot is owner. So I want to have a different view, right? So if someone has voted, right, they should be able to see the actual like counts or the results of that poll, right? But if they actually have voted on the poll or if they are an owner of that poll, they should have the view of actually seeing the results of that poll. Okay, but if not, then they should then have the options there and try to vote, right? Okay, so if they have voted or they're an owner, then what I'll do is I'll just have an options container class in here, and then say flex direction should be set up to column flex 1, and then gap wise 2. Okay, so that div, which is that, and then 4, and then config dot options. Okay, so this is gonna be text section flex so it's justify between. Okay, so it's items center. Okay, so what is this gonna do? Okay, so this is gonna be for my actual options. So okay, what am I gonna have? So I'm gonna have this div that I've actually set up now, and then I wanna have like a span in here. So this is gonna have to have like the section. So it's basically gonna be the name and the percentage, right? So in here I'm just gonna have like a class. So text color is gonna be set up to black, but for dark mode, so text white. Sorry, my bad. Text is set up to white. Text is the large. Then Z index is gonna be 10. So this is gonna be item dot name. So they should be able to see those options. Then I'll just copy this guy over here, and then this is gonna be calculating that percentage. Okay, but I want to change something a bit, right? So here I'm just gonna say use a small one. Then in here I just have to have like a percentage function, and just want to pass in account, which is of type number, right? And then how am I going to calculate this? So this is going to return account, so it's count divided by, so it's like this, so count divided by config.total votes times 100, right? Yeah, so how many times the people have, yeah, how many people, okay, yeah. So this is like how many times that specific option has been voted for, divided by the total votes for that poll times 100. Yes, this is all good. And then this is gonna say item dot, okay, no, this is percentage So for the percentage, then I'm just gonna pass in item count, item.count, then plus, then this is a percentage. Okay, interesting. Let's see how it works. So yeah, so this is gonna say items.count console.log. So count, let's see. So let's see what's happening. So it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. But what's actually, let's see. Okay, why is that the case? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So when it started off, I think the votes are set up to. Now let's see something. There's something where I might probably went wrong a bit. I think it's here. So, oh, I think the naming. Okay, that's fine. So this as that should fix the issue, right? Okay, let's see. Okay, so that's now, right? Okay, let's see. Okay, let me come in here. Okay, let me come in here and then just ask for this total. Let's see, what's this? So it's 0, 0. So if this total, right, total votes equal to 0, then we want to say this is 0, else just do that calculation. Yeah, yes. Okay, this is all good for now. Okay, now let's go ahead and actually continue with the stylings. Okay, so now that we've created that, so for that, and then this is option. So this is for my option, and then this is gonna be for overview hidden, so this is flex, justify, content space between, age is 5, background gray, then 50. It's gonna be dark. For dark mode, the background is gonna be gray 900. Okay, and then for the border, we're gonna use this custom. So this is gonna be custom progress border relative, right? So that's the border is gonna be set out to be a 1 pixel border. So this is 1 pixel's border, right? And a border, the border type is set up to be solid. So the text is black. It's gonna use a black color. And then for dark mode, we're just gonna use a text white color, right? And then the border radius rounded is gonna be set up to large. And yeah, that's basically what we're gonna need. Okay, if that, yeah, so you should see something, right? So okay, no, so if this guy is an owner, you should like see, yeah, these. Okay, this is pretty cool. I think I like it. Yeah, I think I like this. And So for dark mode, so this, okay, so this is dark mode. Oh, so this is gray. Yeah. Let's see how it looks. Okay, yeah, so this is how it should look. Okay, alrighty, so now that we've got something in there, and inside this progress bar, we should then have some other stuff. So if, right, the config dot voted or is owner, I think then that should still do the trick. That's fine. So in here, I'm just gonna set up a progress container class, and then I want to set up this to be absolute. I want to set the top to be 0, so left should be set up to 0, then the height should be full, should fill up the whole height, right, because this is going to go inside. And then the Z index that I want to set up is 2, so that this color, right, that I want to set up should just overlap, right? So it should be on top of that progress bar that we actually set up. And yeah, so that, and then we just want to set up like a background blue 400 color. Okay, so that's fine. So now we can just say style. So it's styles dot width. I think it's width. So styles dot width. Then if I say 50%, you should see something, right? So if it's set up to 50%, you'll see that it's actually colored in there, right? So, but because we've got this function that we're actually going to be using in here, so this should be able to calculate the correct percentage, right? So currently, because we haven't actually voted for anything, now I can just remove that console log. The percentage should be set up to 0, right? Because no one has actually voted. So let's go ahead and actually close this if statement in here. So else if, so now I'll just have another if statement. So if this and that, if has voted is false and is not a user, right? We want to make the person have the option to actually vote, right? So in here we'll just have an options container, display set up to flex direction set to column, the gap, so the row gap will be set up to 2, and let's go ahead and actually set up stuff. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and say this is a for loop. So what are we iterating through? So this is the config options. Okay, so in here what we want is to set up an option. So within the option we want to say the dark. For dark mode, the text color should be set up to that, so, but the default color should be black. Dark mode, the color should be set up to a white color, and the padding is set up to 4. Width is full. Border should be 2. So the border color should be custom. Box border, so solid, and then this is rounded, large, and for the font this is medium, text, base, So cursor, pointer, okay, then this is item dot, okay, sorry, this is item dot name. Alrighty, so yeah, so let's see what's actually going on. So the reason why for this, what we'll need to do is if we log out this user, right, and try to, let's see, do we have other users that we can like use? So in my authentication, so I've got this John. Okay, so if I come here, let's see if I think it was that plus do@gmail.com, password 1. If I log in with this different user, then I should see another view, right? Because this user hasn't necessarily voted, or nor do they own this poll, right? So that's why I have this different view. Okay, so what is it that I actually missed out? So I was still running in some code. So I want to actually, okay, let me just get this into another line and this into another line so it actually looks a bit neater. Okay, I also want to set up like an ng class because there's some conditional classes that I want to add in there, right? Okay, so what are they, right? So the first one would be a background. So if I actually select on a specific option, I want to have like a different background color to it. So this is going to be custom box border top, and this is only if this index is equal to the selected. So only if this index is equal to the selected item. So I'm getting an error because I don't have I'm getting an error because I don't have the common module set up. So now this should clear up that option, right? But for now, if I click on this, I won't necessarily be seeing any change, right? So why is that? So the reason is because in this button I don't have like an on-click event that's gonna set a selected option. So selected option, so what I need to pass in there is the index. So I'll just then go ahead and create this function. So this index is gonna be set up to a number, and now I can just implement that function. So what should I do, right? So when I select an option, right, I want to set up the selection option to be equal to this index I'm passing in. So that alone should give me the ability to actually see which option I actually created, right? But there's some other stuff that I also want to set up. So I want to have voter option, right? So I want to have like set up like this voter option. So how do I do that, right? So with this, I want the name of this. So this is coming from config. This should be index instead of that $ index dot name, right? So no, this is config.options. So this is the name. So the option ID should be the index, right? So the user ID should be of the current user ID. Okay, so how do I get that? So I can get this from auth service.get user, then just use this user ID, right? So that should be fine. And then the username, I can also get it from, I can just have a const current user, then just use this guy and just use current user current dot display name. Is that the way to go about it? Let me actually see. Okay, awesome. So how do I get this? This is coming from there's something I actually want to see, right? So in my I might have an issue, right? I might have an issue because upon logging in someone, so if I go to this login section, so when I register someone, I should be okay. This is gonna cause like an issue. This is gonna open up a can of worms. So because I see what's gonna happen, right? So I have a user ID, so it was easy to get it from the display name. But since I'm also using an email and password, that display name won't work for the email and password. So that will cause me to actually get a user by UUID to go to the DB and get the users. Do I want to do that? Let me see. Is that beneficial? Let me see. I think I can go about doing that because that should be something that's fairly quick to do, right? So auth service. So within my auth service, so I can say get user from DB, right? So user ID. Okay, well, didn't even need to. So it's get doc. So from getting this document, I need to pass in this document ref. Okay, so this can come from doc ref, which is gonna be coming from this document. This is Firestore, and then this is this dot user. Okay, and then user ID. Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. Then here I can pass in this document like that, and then return so this is async. Yes. Okay, so this should then give me the data for that user, right? Yeah, so this then would then return user. So it's user doc dot data. Okay, sure. Okay, this should be then the way to go about doing that. Then in here, yes, so in here I can just then use user data. So in here I can just say get, so it's auth dot get user from DB, and then current user dot UID. Okay, let's see if I just say console.user data. Okay. Let me just do this. Console.log results. Let's see what happens, right? Okay. Let's see what happens, right? So if I go to this home page and select this, right, I should get this user ID and that as null. Okay, but now I know why. This is because if I were to go to Firestore, there was one user that I created that had a null username. So this one is fine. Yeah, this is the guy. So the string John Doe's Smith. Okay, like I'll just call this guy John Smith. Okay, sure, awesome. So for this now, I can go ahead and say, should I get that? Then the full name, I'll just use results dot full name. Okay, so this would use the results dot full name. So that's fine, like that. And then what else? What else do I then want to do? And then I'll just say const total okay, I'm not gonna even use this. So the moment I've actually selected this guy, then it's all good. And then I want to have like a handle vote. So with handle votes function, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say from this vote I'm gonna emit so voters should then equal to this dot voters option, right? And then the poll ID should equal to config.id. So yeah, so this is all good. And then handle delete, this should come from delete.emit. Yes. Okay, awesome. So now that I've actually gotten this selecting of that specific vote, the next thing that I'd want to also create is a button underneath it, right? So I want a button underneath. So here I just need to say this is a button. And then for this button, I want to have the class of button section. Okay, nope. So nope, this is button section. So this is width is full, flex. So this is gonna be justify. So this is justify end py set up to 4. Okay, so here I'm gonna have like a button. So the class. So we wanna have a class in there, right? So we wanna have a class in there, and then we want to have a disabled. This is only disabled if selected is less than 0, right? And then the classes should be btn, and then the name there should be vote. Okay, let's see what we have for now, right? So we should have that. So the moment someone selects on this option, they should see this vote this vote. So, but I want to set a background color of blue. Is it right? Blue 500. Let's see. I don't know. I think let me just leave these buttons the same. So I'll just set the text to white. So it should always be white color. And then yeah, that's fine. And this guy should on click handle vote. So this should do handle the vote. Okay, so I think this is fine. And I also want to have like a footer section. Right, I want to have a footer section. So footer section. So in this footer section, this is where I'm going to show the vote counts and delete option if the person is an admin. So they should have the ability to delete. So vote section, so relative, and then width is full P4. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this should be div. Okay, now I want a line separator, so this is line section, and then so this is line section. So after line section, what I want is to set up this to be absolute top is 0. So the left should be set up to 6, width should be screen, and the height should be set up to 2 pixels. The background color of this should be custom box border. Okay, I want to see how this is gonna look. So you've got this line, right? But what I want to set up is, instead of that, so I want to just set this to minus, because the card itself has like a padding, so that's why it seems like it's shifted. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so I've set up this line separator in there. So now I want to have a span. Okay, so class, so the text color should be gray, for width is full, text is large, and the font is medium. Okay. Okay, then here I'm just gonna have config dot total. Nope, this is dot total. No, dot total. This is not even set up to the right wording. So now let's go ahead and actually go there. So this is not set up to the right wording. Let's see, maybe I even missed it on the, okay, let's see. So let's fix it everywhere where I spelled it wrong. So now let's save and see. Do I still have a place where I've got an error? Okay, so this is total votes. Okay, Awesome. So this is fine. So now I should see that. And I also want to do something, right? So I want to say plus empty space plus, then I want to do this, right? So if config dot total votes, right, is greater than 1, no, if, so this says if it's greater than 1, this should then say it's vote, 1 vote, right? And then else this is votes. No. So if it's greater than 1, right, it should say votes, but else this should say votes. Okay, yeah, 0 votes. Yeah, that's still fine. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I wanna show this section here only if total votes. So this guy, the total vote is greater than 0. Yes. So now if I send this here, I should show that section only if, yeah, that's greater than 0. Okay, so underneath here, I want to have is admin. Okay, so I'm gonna have a div here of a button section. So the width should be set up to full, flex, gap x3. Okay, awesome. So when I have a button, so the class of this button is btn, bg red 500, text should be set up to white, and then here I'm just gonna have a delete button. So this is for delete, and I want to set up this click to handle delete. Awesome. So this is fine. So this is fine, right? So I like it. Okay. Okay, 0, 1 vote. Okay, so for this, okay, I don't even need this, right? So I just say 0 votes. So if it's that, if it's greater, or if this guy is equal to 0, yeah. So 0 votes, and then so on. Okay, sure, this is fine. I love it like that. And yeah, that's basically what we're gonna have in there. So now if I were to click this and click vote, I'm basically not gonna be doing anything, right? And that's because, okay, I've got the handle vote function that I'm actually calling in here, but in the home method I need to also do the voting. Okay, so I need to have like a handle vote. So I need to go to my home page, then in my home page I need to say for my vote, handle vote. So in here I'm just gonna pass in this event. Okay, interesting. So I'm gonna have like an event, right? Because I don't have an interface, I'm just gonna do it on the fly here. So it's create poll voters, and then my poll ID is type string. My poll ID is of type string. So now this dot poll service dot vote. So it's poll vote. Okay, so how do I do that? So I need to go to my service here and create a vote, a poll vote service, right? So poll vote service should update the votes. So this should update the votes and actually add onto the voters, right? It's the person who's actually voted. So now if I say poll, now this is gonna come from voter. Yeah, now I can see I should have actually created this interface instead of all this. Okay, but anyways, this is gonna poll ID. So this is gonna be of type string. Okay, so that's coming in from that poll. So now I can just say const collection reference. So this is gonna come, actually not collection reference, this is a doc reference. So this is a document reference because we know the document we want to actually update. So this is coming from that Firestore, and then db poll dot poll ID. So poll doc. So this is the poll document, right? We want to say await our get document. So and then we're going to pass in this document reference in here. Then we want to check if this document actually exists, right? So if poll document.exists, so if this exists, so we want to get the data for that. So this is going to be poll documents. We want to get this data, which is create. So it's create poll. Then we want to say const filter options. We want to say filter options. Data.voters. We want to filter where item, so it's item dot poll ID equals to poll dot voter dot option ID. So yeah, so basically what we're going to be doing here is saying from these voters, we want to find the actual poll, right? Yeah, so we want to find that actual poll and actually increment that counter. Okay, yeah, sure. This is actually the correct way. So data dot option. So in my options, I'm going to say poll dot voter dot option ID. Okay. Then, because I want to update the count. Right, so this is going to be filtered option dot length +1. Right, so we want to get all the voters. Yeah, so we want to get all the voters for that specific option and get the length of that +1. +1, because this is the added one vote that we are just adding now, right? So await and then update document, and then in here we're gonna say doc reference, and then what we're gonna pass in is options. Nope, it's options. So data.options, and then voters, and then it's array union, so it's array union poll dot voter. Okay, so that's basically what we need. And else wanna throw an error, cannot update votes for poll that does not exist. Yes. Yeah, so that's basically what we're gonna then be doing there. And now that we've created all that, so we can go to the home page and actually go about creating that poll vote. So now start poll vote. So we're gonna be passing in this event that then we wanna catch this error. So when I have a toaster.error, and we say something, so issue occurred when trying to vote, right? So issue occurred when trying to vote. So this toaster.success, your vote has been successfully submitted, right? Okay, yeah, so this should be fine. Then I'll close that off, and yeah, I guess that's it. Let's test and see. Okay, so I'll just say a cat and then see. Okay, my vote has been successfully submitted, and you can see over here that I'm getting 100% there. So now, should I log in with someone else over here? So if I just say L plus John, right, let's go to these authentications and actually see. So it's 2. If I say 2@gmail.com, password 1, then log in this user. So if I say dog and then vote, then you should see 50%, because I mean both of them have actually voted. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. This shows that 2 people have actually voted, and yeah, so basically that's what we need for that. And now we can go ahead to our actual my polls section. Okay, so we can go to my polls section. So how do we do that? Is we go here. So my polls section, it's my polls container. Okay, so in my polls container I might need to do a couple of stuff. So we can just copy paste. I know copy and paste is not nice, not right. Poll. So it's my poll container. Okay, in here I'll just need to say poll card component. So that should be fine. Then inside my polls, I'll just need to have cards poll. Right, let's go to the home page. So inside there, might need this. Okay, these two. So that's fine. So we inject toaster. So it's implements on init. Okay, ng on init. So that's fine. Then we can go to this home page again and try to copy this. Copy, paste. Okay. Come here, copy and paste. So we want to copy paste the constructor. Then import. Okay, awesome. So I think this is fine. Okay, what is it complaining about? So there's a couple of other imports that I need. What else? Okay, if I save now, that's so fine. Okay, so now if I go to my polls section, so I just need to save. Okay, nope. So this is fine for now. Okay, I should see it in a weird way, but the reason being is because I'll need to have this set up to 50. Okay, yeah. Awesome. So I'm in my polls. I'm still seeing the same view as the home, right? But what I'm actually supposed to be doing is inside here, I need to have is admin set up to true, right? And then, okay, that should show that delete button, right, for now. But there's also something else that I need to set up. So in my polls, I need to make sure that nope, this is fine. Here I need to set this true because I'm trying to get all my current polls. So this should then show that, okay, now you can't get anything because this is then gonna go to, if I show you this code, so if I go to get polls, remember we had this is admin, it's gonna try here and try to find where the owner ID is equal to current ID, and that is active is set up to true. So now if I log out this user, log in here. Okay, so let's wait a bit. So if I do this log in, you should see that the moment I come here, then you should get polls, right? But there's something that I actually also want to add. Okay, so there should be like an empty state. So I'm not going to create a fancy card for the empty state, but what it's going to do is I'm going to have like an empty card container, right? So border 2 flex column, so gap y is 3, so it's items center, so set up padding 6 and rounded. So span class, so it's dark white, font is bold, text 2 XL, so it's no data. Okay, so I think this should use this bit of like that same class. Okay, so maybe here the only different would be this should be set up to base and this shouldn't be bold. So you need to create your own poll to see data on this page. Okay, awesome. So this is fine, and then the button here is set up to this class, so it's btn. So the text should be white. Okay, create a poll. So this is create a poll, route to create. So it's routes to create. So this is routes to constructor. So this is router this dot router navigate by URL, and it's create poll, right? Okay, interesting. So now if I were to go to my log in this user to gmail.com. Okay, so if I go to this guy over here, now should I try to come here. So what should happen is in my let's see, in my actual component over here, I should have like an if check, right? So this is gonna say if cards and cards dot length is greater than 0, then show all of this. So else if it's actually equal to 0, then I want to have this empty card showing. So this empty card, I just need to make sure that here I have this empty card component. Yeah, so now you should see something like that. Okay, so if I say create, this should bring me here. What is your favor? What is your go-to backend language? Right, so it's Go, Java, or C#. Okay, so if I were to create this creates that. If I go to my polls now, I should see this poll, and then if I try to hit delete, right, you should see that nothing is happening, right? And reason being is because we need to then go to the poll service and actually try to add a delete. So poll service and add a delete poll. So it's an async delete poll by ID. So this would be poll ID. So this is string. So this is gonna be doc ref equals to this document, this dot firestore, this dot db poll, right? And then you pass it the poll ID. So now we've got like the actual reference to it. Then we say set poll. In set poll, we want to say document reference, and then in this document reference here, you should then call is active. You want to set this up to false. Then you also want to have a merge set up to true. Yeah, so this is the way to go. So now, okay, in my poll, so now I want to go to my polls, HTML, right? Inside here, should I set delete, handle, delete? So this is going to be set up to that. Then with this handle delete, I can pass it the actual item, okay? So you can then pass it the item.id. Nope. Pass it the item.id, and that's all I just need. It's poll ID, which is a string. Okay, so then inside here I can say poll service dot delete poll ID. I can have then. Okay, so then have a catch error. So toaster.error says so issue code while trying to delete our poll. Okay, so in here then if that's deleted successfully, so what's gonna happen is we'll just say toast.success, and then you have successfully deleted a poll. Okay, interesting. So that's fine. Then I can just call this on init, and that should then do the trick for me, right? So what should happen, right? So if I come here, I should see the ones that I've actually done. Then if I delete, that should show me this. Then if I come over here, you should see that, right? So if I create here, so I say what language, what programming language do you like? Okay, over here C#, okay, C# JavaScript, maybe Go, and then if I create this guy, if I go to this home page, it should have this, what programming language do you like? If in here I also should get that. And if I do want to delete, I'm not gonna fix the styling. I guess this you can do as a bonus. Just add like a bit of some margining over here between this and that delete button. But I think then that's all we need. And what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and console.log. Right, so I'm just gonna remove all my console logs in this application. So I'm going to remove all my console logs. Okay. Save all. And yeah, basically that's just it for this video. So we can then go ahead, delete, we can actually vote and do all those nice stuff. And you can see that this is actually adding it to our actual Firestore like database. So if you're new to the channel and you like this video, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Now peace.